Well. Hello and good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Bescheuertes Kurzes Bein, to our coverage of of India's tour of South Africa. The opening of the one-day international leg of the tour. Now that we have the hit and giggle stuff out of the way, namely the T20s. My name's Leah, and I hope I will be joined later on by Mayank from Philadelphia. Let's recap the tour so far. The first match in Durban was abandoned due to rain. The second match in Rebecca was affected by rain as well. It was nonetheless a comprehensive victory for South Africa, who were set a target of 152 in 15 overs due to DLS concerns or calculations. They made 154 for 5 in 13.5 overs, thus winning by 5 wickets. And that left the third T20 international in Johannesburg for India to salvage the series, save face, and restore honor by drawing the series, which they did in dominant fashion. It was mainly a bowling masterclass from Kuldeep Yadav, who took 5 for 7. After India made 201 for 7 on the back of Surya Kumar Yadav, the captain, who made a ton, and I think it was Rinku Singh who made... No, it was Jaiswal who made another 60. India then went on to bowl South Africa out for 95, thus winning by 106 runs. Pick of the bowlers was Kuldeep Yadav, who took 5 for 17. So India and South Africa drew that portion of the series. The T20 series was shared 1-1. That brings us now to the one-day international series. And the first match is taking place in Johannesburg at the Wanderers. I have news from the ground. South Africa won the toss and chose to bat. Let's go through the teams real quick. We do have South Africa lining up with Tony de Zorzi, Reza Hendricks, Rassi van der Dussen, Captain Aiden Markram, Keeper Heinrich Klaassen, David Miller, Wian Mulder, Andile Pechlekwayo, Keshav Maharaj, Nandre Burger, who made his debut during the T20 series earlier, and Tabré Shamsi. Remember, Quinton de Kock is retired from one-day internationals, therefore he is not in this side. India have selected the playing 11 of captain and keeper KL Rahul, who takes over from Surya Kumar Yadav as captain in limited overs for this tour, for the one-day internationals. We have Ruturaj Gaikwad, Sai Sudarshan, Shreyas Iyer, Tilak Varma, Sanju Samson, Akshay Patel, Arshdeep Singh, Avesh Khan, Kuldeep Yadav, and Mukesh Kumar. Right. I was looking at someone was is playing his last match of the white ball format for this series today in India. Oh yes, we have two debutants in one-day international. On the South African side, it's obviously Nandre Burger, and for India it is Sai Sudarshan. Yes, Shreyas Iyer will play his last match of this white ball tour, as he is set to leave after this match to prepare for the red ball stuff, for the tests. That will start on Boxing Day. We will not be able to cover that match live because I will be with family over the holidays, and I'm going by train, and I'm not taking my streaming setup with me. Also, I guess my family would be a bit miffed if I were to only stream from some guest bedroom over there. So sorry everyone, not going to happen. We will cover the second test though. That will start on the 3rd of January, the New Year's test. Yeah, one thing to note here today is the pink test in Johannesburg, and South Africa are lining up now for the national anthems in pink jerseys. India are all in blue though. The stadium is decorated in pink as well. Yes, it is 10 o'clock local time in Johannesburg, and the teams are lining up for the national anthems. Play is to begin in about 5 minutes. Well, everyone, let me know if you can hear me, if the sound is good. And we will be underway in a couple of minutes. As always, you can get in touch by the usual means, using the YouTube chat, of course, but you can also tweet me. There is my Twitter handle. I will be monitoring that as well. Yes. Hopefully some listeners from White Line Wireless will make their way over, as well, as White Line Wireless were set to broadcast the 4th day of the women's test from Mumbai, which unfortunately ended early on day 3 with India comprehensively beating England. Yes. So we have, in a direct comparison, or the last 5 performances from South Africa and India in one-day internationals. South Africa have 3 victories from the last 5 games. The last one they lost, of course, was the second semi-final of the World Cup against Australia. India have 4 wins from the last 5 one-day internationals they played. Their only loss, of course, stinging, because it was the final of the World Cup at home, which they lost to Australia to hand them their 6th World Cup title. Well, let's see if we have any social media. anyone getting in touch with us. And let's see if anyone is actually here. Nope, doesn't look like it. All right. Let's see then. Yeah, I mean, India are probably favorites here. The forecast for this game is that it should be a fairly high scoring match. The ground having a lot of true bounce, and of course the elevation giving an advantage to batsmen with the thinner atmosphere, the ball carrying through the air. It's a bit like the Mile High Denver stuff in baseball. Yes, I know it's not called the Mile High Stadium. That's the football one, I think. I think it's Coors Field where the Colorado Rockies play, which is also in Boulder, Colorado, and it's at an elevation of almost a mile, I think, being known as a batter's park and a pitcher's nightmare. All right, we do have the lineups on the screen now. South Africa will probably be very wary of Kuldeep Yadav after his performance in the last T20. That was a really, really good performance by him. He also has a very, very good he has a very good record in one-day internationals, and I have confirmation that Mayank is joining soon. He has some technical difficulties at the moment. Well, hopefully I can transition over to other sound and video inputs quite smoothly. Let's hope I can manage that one. Yes, and we have the South African openers coming out now. It's the Zorzi, who made his debut earlier in this year against the West Indies, and Reza Hendricks. And India have opted to open the bowling with Mukesh Kumar in his 5th one-day international. He has so far in his career taken 4 wickets. His best bowling in an innings are figures of 3 for 30. His average is 17.25. And first ball of the match, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket against Reza Hendricks. It is not given on the field, and India are thinking about reviewing it, but then decide against it, probably on the basis of thinking that it might go down leg. We have someone here. All right. Let's see that we transition over as smoothly as possible here. There's Mayank. I will turn on my camera as well. I don't know why my camera. Ah, yes, of
Hey,
course.
good morning.
Good morning, Marian. Give me just a second to.
If you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Just give me a second to figure out how to stop my camera in OBS and. Nope. Oh, yes. Okay, my camera is working now, and I will.
You're muted.
Oh.
Just in
Yeah,
case.
okay. Let's go with window capture. Reset transform. Why is it not doing anything? Okay.
You're also having internet troubles?
No, I'm not having internet troubles. I'm having. Oh yes, here we go. I was having a bit of trouble with. Here we go. Okay. People should be able to hear you.
Fantastic.
Yes, excellent. It's working, and you are on
Great.
screen as well. So we did have an appeal first up from Mukesh Kumar for a leg before wicket against Reza Hendricks, which I think would have gone down leg. There is no edge, and no, actually they missed out on a wicket first ball here, India. As replays show that it would have been out, even though the on-field decision was not out, given that it would have thundered into leg stump.
Wow, that is a big miss.
Yes.
It is still early in the match, so
Yeah.
there's a good chance that it's not going to be that consequential. But this South Africa team is just, you cannot make mistakes like that.
No, you cannot. Even though South Africa will probably be a bit wary of Kuldeep Yadav, who was really excellent during the last T20 international. I mean, yeah, it's they really thought about it, and I was a bit surprised they didn't go for the review there.
I am trying. I don't know why for myself. See, this is the fun of doing early morning, because for me it is 3 a.m,
Oh
and
yeah, okay.
It's almost as if my computer, my internet, they're just like, you know what? It's too early in the morning, so everything is a little extra slow, and I sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. You just gotta take it.
Yeah.
But boy, oh boy. I was also watching the. I don't know if you've caught any of the game between Australia and Pakistan. Oh my goodness, that game has been absolutely insane. They're 79 for 6, Pakistan.
Yes.
They're chasing 450. And it's safe to say that test match might not even reach a day 5.
Yeah, I mean, there was the women's test, which was broadcast by White Line Wireless, our good friends over at White Line Wireless.
Yeah.
And that one
That
didn't
was
reach day 3. No, it did
that
reach
was a
day 3.
blowout.
Yeah, it was.
By the thinnest of margins, that match made it that far. So my stream is most likely pretty far behind yours. I'll give you an example because I'm at 1.2 overs.
Mine is not working at all at the moment, so there's that.
Okay. Well, Arshdeep Singh is bowling the second over. The score's 3 without loss. And so you've got Arshdeep. He's given away 2 runs so far. And they're just showing the head-to-head last 5 ODIs. It's been pretty tight. South Africa 2 wins, India 3 wins. Not really that much. I don't understand why you would only give the last 5 ODIs if you want to do a head-to-head. That's a very small sample size.
Exactly.
Just a little bit of in swing, and Reza Hendricks had a massive, just no footwork at all, massive gate between bat and pad, inside edge just straight into the stumps, and he's gone for a duck.
Oh.
And oof, that is a huge wicket. Was he the one who was that they did not go with the DRS?
Hendricks was the one they did not go with the DRS for Mukesh, yes.
Well, there you go. I said, hopefully it won't hurt them too much, and it hasn't because he's gone for a duck, eight balls, 3 for 1. And most likely now we'll have to see how the South Africans are going to deal with a quick blow.
Yeah, they will have to rebuild early here, and this reminds me a bit of the last T20 when there was a quick wicket, and they from then on collapsed in a heap. They didn't really know what to do about that. Which was...
Yeah, I saw the score for that, and it was just obliteration. It was almost like they picked up where they left off during the World Cup, and it was just not. I mean, considering the fact that they played so well in the second T20, to see South Africa struggle so much in the third was really embarrassing.
Yeah.
So they've got a lot of work to do. I mean, different format, but they've got a lot of work to do. Rossi van der Dusen's going to come in. He's got some amazing stats, actually. So he's played 60 matches, 2,300 runs at an average of 55, which is very, very good for one-day cricket.
Oh, yes. I mean, his partner right now sports an average of 24.5. So
is he going to be out first? Oh, he's giving him first ball. It was pitched. I thought it was pitched down leg side, and we'll see if there's a review. It was, according to the umpire, in line, probably hitting leg stump. He missed it, trying to play across the line. He's been given LBW, and it is going to the third umpire DRS review. But as it stands,
yes,
2 wickets, 2 balls, Van der Dusen. Wow, this is a big start for India right now. And I thought it was down the legs. I thought the ball was pitching outside leg, but that looks like it is about leg stump. Might be hitting leg. I think it might end up being an umpire's call because it looked like the ball was swinging into the right-hander. I wouldn't have given it out, but I am not a professional. So, but it was a great ball because it had Rassi van der Dusen just completely just playing a cross. No real foot movement. And he was caught in his crease, missed it, kind of fell over a little bit. and wrapped him on the pads. I think this is out. I think this is going to be umpire's call at the best, but I think he is gone.
Yes, looks like
No,
umpire's call.
yeah,
Looks like
no
umpire's
inside
call.
edge.
No. He completely missed it. And I think the only thing that might save him here is if it actually slides down leg a bit, which I'm not sure it does. There is a bit of swing for Arshdeep here, I think. A bit of in swing, and Van der Dussen misreads that ball completely.
I'll be interested to see if it. I mean, there was good swing. It came in late. It was late swing that really did it, I think. So I'll be interested to see the other bowlers for India if they can also take advantage of that swing, because this pitch. I mean, I've only seen a few balls, but this pitch looks prime for seam bowling. And although they should be scoring good, this is taking forever. Although
Yeah.
I would have expected a big score, now that I'm looking at this over, I'm thinking, wow, okay, there could be a chance that we might see a low scoring thriller.
We actually, I don't know. It might actually be something like that last match in the T20 series where South Africa folded rather tamely and India were on top so much.
And yeah, well, it is out. It was hitting in line, impact in line. It is umpire's call by the thinnest of margins. It looks like it would have clipped leg stump. It is out. Van der Dusen is not happy. He doesn't think that's right. I don't know how you're going to be able to argue with the computer, but
Yeah,
he's gone. First ball, golden duck, and we have a hat trick ball coming up. Last ball of this over is going to be a
exactly.
hat trick ball, 3 for 2. And I think now South Africa is probably thinking, crap, we got to get it together.
Yeah, I think the problem for South Africa is that during the T20 series, during the last match, which was also played at Johannesburg, I think that is very important as well. Both Mukesh and Mohammad Siraj got the odd one to swing quite a bit. So Mukesh is also in the team. They might have a look at that. And I don't.
Yeah, they're gonna bring in Aiden Markram now, who's coming in number 4. So they still have some good batting depth. All is not lost yet for this South African team. They can still salvage. That's the good thing. When you lose a couple of quick wickets, losing it inside like the first 10 overs, you have so much time to rebuild. You have so much time. They don't have to go at 6 and over, 7 and over. They can still take their time. And so here's the final ball of the over. Oh, it wraps. It was a good ball. It was a little too short. Wrapped Markram on the pads, but it was just way too high. And so crisis averted for South Africa. It is not going to be a hat trick, but it is 2 overs, 3 for 2.
Yes, and the important part for South Africa is probably that their captain survives the hat trick ball, and there is. I mean, he had the fastest 100 in One Day International World Cup history for a few days before Glenn Maxwell happened.
Well, then, yeah. Well, Glenn Maxwell is just his own thing. He is a beast.
Yes.
And that's still, in my opinion, the most epic match I have ever seen. I remember watching that live. Actually, that match, I went to sleep. I took a nap when they have started losing all their wickets. And I thought, okay, you know what? This match is garbage. I'm out of here. And I wake up, and he's still out there. He had 100, and he just ran through, just 6 after 6 after 6. And I was like, you know what? I can't even be angry that I missed this. I mean, it was an amazing innings.
Yeah, you mean the Afghanistan one?
Yeah, the Maxwell innings.
Yeah. But before that, in a match, I don't know against whom it was, um, during the World Cup. First, let me give you the score. After 2 overs, it's 3-2 for South Africa, and Mukesh Kumar is coming back into the attack. Yeah, but before that, he made 100 in a match, which was also very, very quick fire. And it was even faster than Markram's 100, which he had
Yeah.
played
Mm-hmm.
during the tournament to take the crown off.
Markram did it 2 weeks prior,
Yeah,
106 off 49 balls against Sri Lanka.
exactly.
So, yeah, I
Yes.
mean, they like I said, it's so early in this innings that South Africa still has plenty of time to rebound from this and come back. So far in the third over, it's been just dot balls. The first two were just on the pads, just defended by, and I'm going to butcher his name, but I assume it would be Dezorzi.
Yes, probably the Zorzi.
Yeah. And then the third ball of the over, Mukesh, he's just gone pretty wide, and it's going to be given a wide. Stat just coming up here is that South Africa here at Wanderers, 40 matches played, 31 and 10 lost. So they have a really good record here at home in Cape Town or in Johannesburg, and should give them enough confidence to fight through this shaky start.
Yes, absolutely. They should not give up here. I think they.
So, go ahead.
No, I only think that their problem is that they do not bat that deep. I mean, there is Klaassen at 7. I think he's at 7. And that is that Klaassen is at 5 actually. Then there's Miller at 6 and Mulder at 7, and neither Pechlokwayo or Maharaj or Boga or Shamsi are really dependable with the bat, I think.
Yeah. I wouldn't even be so sure if Mulder is I mean, he can carry a bat, but I wouldn't say he is dependable with a bat. So you've really only got maybe 2 to 3
more to go. Yes, I think so. And I think
we're going to can survive 50 overs.
No. I think the cameras stopped working in Discord. I do not know why. For now, I guess.
It keeps cutting in and out.
Yeah.
I don't know if yours is. And I was having the same issue with I don't know what it is with Discord. This happens before for me. And then when you try to do it on the computer, I cannot be it just Discord is unreachable. So I had to log in using the app.
Yeah.
On my phone for now. So yeah, I'm surprised Discord has so many issues. But it's been a good over for Mukesh. The only thing he gave was that wide and 3 runs. It was a Desorzi just hit it down into some open area out. The ball was kind of pitched outside off stump, and he just went ahead and punched it just to the left of the fielder that was at cover, getting 3 runs. But other than that, it's been a pretty good over. Only 4 runs off it, and 3 overs are done now, 7 for 2.
Yes, and Markram is still on naught. Yes, and
so what is the format of this show? How are we going to continue throughout the entire match?
I will be here anyway because I am hosting the stream. So I was thinking before the series started, I was thinking, okay, people will drop in and out as time permits. It is Sunday for me, so that's not much of a problem. It's I am in Hanover, so this is just 1 hour off from
Right.
South Africa local time.
Mm-hmm.
It is 9:20 in the morning here, so that is not that much of a problem. And I was thinking people might drop in and out of the stream as I said, as time permits. I understand that depending on where you are, this is sometimes very inconvenient time wise or time zone wise. So,
Yeah, and it doesn't help that there are no day night matches in the ODI series.
yes, exactly.
Because BCCI, of course, would be like, no, we don't want that because we want to watch it during our night.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
get what they ask for.
yeah, but I mean, the South Africans will be probably very accommodating because an India tour is the one that makes the money
Yeah, that's the
for
one that
them.
makes the. Yep, exactly. So, our in this fourth over, our Steve's actually bowled pretty well. The first two balls were dot balls, and then the third one bit wide, and again, Dezorzi with a pretty nice shot, flailing shot, square of the wicket. He gets it out to the deep for 3, 10 for 2. And then Markram, first ball again. I mean, I don't know what it is that Arshdeep is doing to the right hander, but he's got that ball in swinging perfectly and would have been out had it not been for Markram getting the bat just in time to get an inside edge and get the ball away from the stumps.
Mm.
So whatever it is that he's doing, it is wreaking havoc for the right-hander.
Yeah, and Markram does not really look comfortable playing at that one. Singh really gets some in swing there.
Is your stream up and running now for your
Yeah,
on your end?
the stream is up and running again, and Markram looks a bit pensive here. I mean, this is still all right for South Africa. They are in the fourth over. They may have lost 2 wickets, but if these two can take them, I don't know, into the mid 20s overs wise, they might have a chance here. The problem for South Africa is probably that the Indian bowling attack is really, really good, and Kuldeep Yadav has an amazing average in South Africa. He will certainly be on later for South Africa for India. After that 5 for 17 in the T20. Yes, and we have 4 overs gone, and South Africa are 10 for 2. Aiden Markram is still not off the mark. He's on 0 of 7, and Dezorzi is on 7 of 8.
Well, not anymore because that was a short ball out wide by Mukesh. It was really poor ball and a fantastic slashing shot, square the wicket by Dezorzi. He's got that. I think it's gone for 6. They're taking a look now because it's pretty close. Yep, that's a 6. That's just gone about a foot past the boundary. So he has connected cleanly, square the wicket with that shot, and he'll get 6 added to the score. So he's looking pretty good so far. He's had a couple of really good shots through the covers. Now with that 6, he's moved the score on to 16, and he's got 13 of those. So he has played pretty good so far.
Yes, and I mean, this is only his third one-day international.
Yeah, he played 2. I think he played 2 or 3, unless this is his third. I remember he did make his debut right before the World Cup at home back in March.
Exactly, against the
And
West
then
Indies.
after that, he was not picked for the World Cup. Understandably, I guess, since he has no real experience yet, and South Africa is not as foolish as England, who just start handing caps to everyone at World Cups these days. But so far, I mean, I don't watch a lot of T20s, especially I do not watch IPL at
Okay.
all, or much of these T20 leagues. There's just too much going on, and time zone wise, it's horrendous timing for me being
Okay,
on the
yeah.
East Coast of the U.S. So I'm 6 hours behind you, 7 hours behind South Africa, which means all these IPL and PSL and Big Bash, these matches all happen at stupid o'clock for me.
Okay, yeah.
So I have no idea who he is outside of these 3-4 matches that he has played for South Africa. But so far, what I think is that he looks great. This is another big boy shot. It was outside off stump, bit wide, and just in the sweet spot. He just lifts it over, again, square the wicket. This time it's one bounce for 4, and he moves on to 17 off 12. It was in the slot, and there was nothing that Dezorzi really had to do with that except for just connect cleanly. And had he got maybe 2 more feet, maybe 1 yard, and that would have been a 6, but I think he'll take the 4. He moves on to 17, and the score is now 20 for 2.
Yes, and coming back to his career so far, if you're not South African, you probably have not seen anything of Dezorzi if you did not watch those 2 one-day internationals, because he's only played for South Africa. This is his 3rd match for South Africa in one-day internationals. He's played 2 tests as well. He played for South Africa, Gauteng, under 17s and under 19s age group cricket. He played for the Lions Cups and Western Province. Not much franchise cricket in there, and if you're not a South African fan, you probably have not seen that much of him.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at his stats here on Cricket Info, and he has played 2 tests and 2 ODIs, and that was, like I said, in March. Against the West Indies. Hasn't really done much yet. He did hit a 50. He hit 85 in one of those innings, but he has played a lot of domestic cricket. 62 first class, 83 list days, and 53 domestic T20 matches. So he's been around. He's had some experience. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because, as I was saying, England loves to bring in random players. For example, Gus Atkinson.
Yes.
He came into the World Cup, and he had never played any cricket. 4 list day matches before the World Cup, and they brought him in a World Cup. And now, if you've seen the team that they're taking to India, they've got this young, I forget his name now. He's 20 years old. He's only played, I think, 3 or 4 first-class matches in his entire career, and he's being sent out to play for England in India.
Yes, and I should say we are at the end of 5 overs, and South Africa are still 20 for 2. We have Markram still on 0, and Dezorzi is on 17.
And at least on my stream, I'm not sure about yours, because I'm on just one of those dodgy website streams, and so I'm already 2 balls into the 6th over. So far, just 2 dots. But Arshdeep is still continuing into his 4th. Third, yes, excuse me.
Yes,
third over.
Yes, no problem.
Just dancing down the wicket, trying to play that one, but it was a bit on the shorter side. He couldn't really get to it in the end, just having a little flail at it, swing and a miss. And it's in the end, no harm, no foul. But Yeah, he is not looking comfortable whatsoever out here. He's on 0 off 10. I have never seen him so tetchy. But so far, these few balls that he has played, Markram has not looked comfortable whatsoever out here.
No, absolutely not. And you are right. Markram generally isn't the one um, to get going so slowly like he is today. Generally, very proactive and very positive batsman in one-day international cricket.
And I have a update. So Pakistan 89 all out. Australia will win that one by 360 runs.
Mm.
And Nathan Lyon got his 500th test wicket. He has 501 now.
Oh.
Took he got 2 wickets in quick succession right at the end of the innings. And in 1 over, actually, in the 28th over, it got 2 wickets. And then Hazelwood just came in and got 2 wickets back to back, finishing the match with almost 30 overs left in day 4.
Oh, dear.
So that is a capitulation. Australia made 487 and then 233 for 5 declared. Pakistan 271 and 89. And over in Johannesburg, it is finally some runs for Markram. That was a short ball outside off stump, swinging away from Markram, and he had enough width to really just use his arms, play a nice shot, square the wicket down to the boundary for 4 runs, and it's 24 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yes, so after 6, and that means that the South African run rate is 3.89 overall in the innings. The last 5 overs have brought 4.6 per over.
They've still got, I mean, there's so much. This is the thing that I love and hate about one-dayers. It's just so long, and there's so much that needs to be played right now that you can't even, I don't think it's very smart to even make any kind of assumptions as to where you think South Africa can go from here. What could happen towards the end of this innings, because you're only, I mean, if you look at it, you've only done six overs. You've only gone through what, 12% of their innings.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much cricket left to be played, and plenty of time, I think, for these two. You were saying, you know, if they can get to about 20 something overs, plenty of time for them to rebuild and start to take away that edge from India that they've had in the beginning. But at this point, at least, that's what it looks like, because this second ball of the 7th over, Mukesh bowling it right into that sweet spot. Just perfect shot there for Dazorzi. It was in the slot, and he's played it over the head of extra cover. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and it rolls into the boundary for 4 more.
Yes, I do not. Excuse me, dear listeners. I do not have the jingle library that Gorilla Cricket do. I was looking into doing some stuff, but I
mean, we could do a live a cappella, so I'll give you one. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, and of course I can do the German one they have on Gorilla Cricket. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually a joke song by a German musician that's called 1, 2, 3 Bier.
Beer.
Yeah.
Sounds lovely. 3:30 in the morning for me, so I would abstain at this point. I am not the bear. I do not have it in me to be drinking a beer at this time.
Me neither. There's a saying in Germany: kein Bier vor 4, no beer before 4. And it refers to the afternoon, of course.
Well, yes, of course. But even then, I feel like the German people love. So I've been to Berlin, and
Mm.
man, oh man, do they love to have a beer, whether it's at lunch or like 2:30 on a Sunday or a Saturday afternoon. The beer is flowing in Berlin.
Yeah, I think it depends very much on the region. In the south, in Bavaria, it is totally acceptable to have a beer at work during lunch break, which is not really a thing outside of the southern states or outside of Bavaria, actually.
Right. Well, so far in this over, the runs are now flowing for Markram. Mukesh is just kind of struggling with his line and length. So that was over pitched right in the slot again, this time to Markram. And all he had to do was just play it straight down the ground, just to the left of the person at mid on, and it's raced to the boundary for 4 runs. And tried it again. This time that was a little bit more back of length by Mukesh,
Mm,
and a swing and a miss. So a big over again, another nine. I think it was 9 or 10 runs off that over,
11.
which gets them to 11. Okay, so there you go. They're really starting to now make runs
Mm,
and really take the pressure off as they get to 35 for two after seven.
exactly. And we have Aiden Markram on 8 and Desorzi on a 22. Mukesh now has bowled 4 overs. He has figures of none for 24. Um, economy of 6. South Africa are currently going along at 5 and over, which is pretty on track, I would say.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you've already lost 2 wickets at this point, everything's a bonus as long as you don't lose any more.
Mm.
Well, there you go, another 6. This time against Arshdeep, first ball of the 8th over. It was a bit short, and a great pull shot there from Desorzi down the leg side, square the wicket, and it goes over the fence for 6. I'm trying to think now that I'm trying to think of all of the 6 jingles. There's so many that I've completely forgotten all of them.
Yes, and dear listeners, we have good news. Jessica is also going to join the call later, as they still have guests around the house, and she says
Fantastic.
she'll be with us once the screaming kids have left.
What is the time for her? Do we know?
I think she is in Sydney. It's
So it should be evening time now.
yes, it should be evening by now. I remember White Line Wireless calling into the wee hours of the morning at 3 o'clock during the World Cup.
Right.
When we were
If
on call there.
Yeah, if it's Sydney, so they are. It should be 7:40 in the evening.
Something around that, yes.
So see that is prime time for this match. That is a great time to be watching this.
Absolutely. And after that 6, Arshdeep has pulled it back a little bit. He bowled 1 wide, but then he found his line and length a bit better again. Yes, of course, a 6 and an over, and the third one sneaks through the Zorzi, and he's lucky that he doesn't play on there, I think.
Yeah, went right in between bat and pad basically, and he luckily got nothing on it either.
Yes, but it wasn't far off from the inside shoulder of the bat, if you want to say it like that. And because he had the bat angled, it probably would have bounced down and in. That was real danger there of dragging it on.
Yep, and then after that, at least Arshdeep has got he's got his line and length a little bit better. So the next ball after that was closer to the stump. He's trying to bowl stump to stump, and so 2 balls in a row just defended now. And Dezorzi, he's still there. 7.4 overs, 42 for 2. They're showing Kuldeep on the screen, so I'm sure he will be itching to get the ball on this pitch, see if he can do anything as well, because we've seen there's a lot for the seamers, but is there anything for the spinners?
Yeah.
Straight up in the air, and he's gone. It was a short ball outside off stump, and Dezorzi did not hold back. He goes for the swivel pull, hook shot, whatever you want to call it, top edge, straight up in the air, perfectly placed for KL Rahul, who didn't have to really go that far back to catch it. And Dezorzi has fallen on his own sword. He wanted to keep going and keep going with these flamboyant shots. In the end, all he does is sky it straight to KL Rahul. He's gone for 28 off 22. South Africa now are starting to get into trouble. 42 for 3 after 7.5.
Absolutely, absolutely. That is the end of Tony Dezorzi. He goes caught Rahul bowled Arshdeep Singh for 28. And let me remind the listeners, you can get in touch with us on the YouTube chat, and you can also tweet at me. The Twitter handle is on the screen. I will be monitoring both these social media feeds. If you got any questions, suggestions, just want to get in touch, please feel free. Most people here will come from Gorilla Cricket or White Line Wireless anyway. You know how these things go. And
so we're also on YouTube.
We're on YouTube, yes.
Fantastic.
We're on YouTube. Right now we are only on YouTube, but because the bear couldn't figure out how to get us on audio, I was trying to feed him the audio. And
well, as you say that, we did get a message in the green room by Jess.
Yes, exactly.
And like she will be joining us soon, very soon.
Yes, exactly. I've seen that as well. I was going to say the last T20 was also played in Johannesburg, and they brought on spin relatively early in that game. Both sides did. The South Africans did, as well as the Indians, and there was a lot of spin early on in the T20 for both sides. So this will be interesting to see.
Yeah. The last ball there from Arshdeep has just been defended. So the over ends 8 overs. I mean, that was such a foolish shot. I'm very surprised that Dezorzi went for that. This is not a T20. This is a 50-over game. You've already lost 2 wickets right at the very beginning of your innings. You're still inside your 10-over power play. I don't see why. He's already hit a 6 earlier in this over. Why was he going for another one? And that shows his inexperience. He's only got 2 ODIs, and that clearly was an inexperienced shot, knowing that you've got the runs on the board for this over. You're going at over 5. You're 2 down. Now you're 3 down, and that is really going to hurt South Africa, because in comes Klaassen. And like you said, I mean, once we start getting to Mulder and going from there, we're now into the bowlers, and there isn't really that much depth in the batting.
Yeah, I think I would class Klaassen as a bit of a an all-rounder.
All-rounder,
maybe.
Yep.
But he has let me see that. He's a bit of an all-rounder, but his average in one-day internationals, he has played 12 of them, his average is 13.5. So Miller is probably the last recognized batsman for South Africa in this 11.
Well, oh man, we might be in for a T20 instead of a 50-over match then.
Yes. Yes, I think one more wicket and South Africa will feel the pain as basically their tail is exposed after that.
Well, that might be for the best because I hate when you have a match where the batting team is just limping to their 50 overs and it's just like end the misery now
Oh
and
yes.
let's just move on with our lives. And well, Avish Khan has just bowled his first over and third ball. It's to Clausen, and Clausen slashes at it outside off stump. Second slip, I think is that Ruturaj Gaikwad went right
I
through the hands.
I think it was Gaikwad.
Yep, it's a slash. It's a thick edge. Second slip, and came very quickly to Gaikwad and went right through the fingers. And it's going to run away for 4. But man, oh man, was that a huge chance to get Clausen right away in the start of his innings.
Yeah, but I like the fact that India still have 2 slips in place for the fast bowlers. It shows that they are going for wickets, which they absolutely should do at this point in the game. And I mean, when was the last time you saw 2 slips in a one-day international in the 9th over?
Well, you only really see it when the tail is up for the bowling side and they've got the wickets. We saw it Asia Cup when India was bowling first against Sri Lanka in the final and blew them away 50 all out. Same at the World Cup, they blew them out for 55. And South Africa, I think, was all out for 80 something. So in those situations, you'll always see 2 slips, 3 slips, 4 slips in the first few overs, but it is so rare these days in ODIs now because it just doesn't happen very often.
Oh, that was a hard chance for Gaikwad. I'm not going to hold that against him. It's a reflex catch. It's relatively high up. Doesn't go into his body. It would have been amazing if he had made that catch, but not making it is not a drop or something like that. I don't think so.
Well, you see, I would be a little more harsh only because you are playing these guys are very good at what they do. And so I'm sure they practice that catch again and again all the time. And I think he'd be thinking, damn, I should have got that one.
Yeah, probably. But we do have Jessica in the Discord. Hello and welcome, Jessica.
Hello, thank you for having me here.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome. You are having family over for a visit.
Yes, we family friends over, so I have been trapped in the upstairs room, but we'll deal with that.
They've relegated you. Good morning, good evening. How are you?
Good. Enjoyed the end of the Australia-Pakistan test, so now here to enjoy further cricket.
Yeah, congratulations to Australia for that victory. That was comprehensive, I would say.
Yes, absolutely. Some brilliant bowling towards the end.
Yeah, so at the end of 9 overs, South Africa are 49 for 3. We have Heinrich Klaasen on 4 and Aiden Markram on 11. Just so the listeners know what's going on in this match. We have Arshdeep Singh continuing with his 5th over. He has figures of 3 for 16. All South African wickets fell to him.
So Leah, how do you want to do? Should we do 2 commentators, 3? Yeah, at the same time. How would you want
to? If if that is okay with you, I will mute myself for a moment, and go and make some coffee, if that is okay.
Okay.
So you take over. Okay.
Sure.
Good.
We'll have a party on our own then, while the 10th over is being bowled by Arshdeep. And the first couple of balls have actually been really good. I mean, he's getting the ball swinging. And him, I mean, bowling to the right-hander, he has just been on fire today so far.
Absolutely excellent bowling. It makes perfect sense to keep going with him through this power play, and let's see if we can pick back more.
So are you watching this live, Jess, or just following along?
Yes, I am watching live. I think I'm a bit ahead of.
You would be.
Yes, they have currently bowled the 5th ball of the 9th over, the 10th over for me.
Okay, so you're one ball ahead of me because I am about to watch the 5th ball, which is an inside edge by Clausen. That was a poor shot, but he'll be lucky it did not hit the stumps. It's gone to third man, and Avish Khan has gone ahead and picked that up. So it's just 2 runs on that one.
Yes. So yeah, I am slightly ahead, but we can work with that. I won't get too excited about anything won't spoil it for you.
Well, see, we're not professionals at the ground, so I don't think it would matter if you were a little excited. That's what makes it fun. But I'm watching it through like some website, some dodgy random website with a stream. So I am naturally going to be a little bit more behind everyone else since I'm not actually watching it on TV.
What a way to end that 5th over, taking out. And Clausen is out bowled, and Arshdeep picks up his 4th wicket of the match.
Wow. Yep, just seen it. And he, again, I don't know what it is with his, on this wicket, with his bowling, he is getting that ball to swing into the right-hander again and again, putting them in a compromised position. And this time, flips the top of leg, and Clausen is gone. Another wicket falls, and that's his 4th, just right through the... Again, see, no foot movement, nothing at all. He did not move his feet. That is the 3rd wicket where we've seen the right-hander not moving their feet whatsoever.
When you get the ball moving like that, as Arshdeep has today, it is almost unplayable sometimes.
It is, but I'm hoping to see some change. I'm hoping that somebody is sitting up there in the dressing room and seeing the same thing that we're seeing and can say, hey, you guys are not moving your feet. It can't get any worse than this. Make sure that your front foot is moving forward or backwards, most likely forward, because you want to negate that swing, I would think.
Exactly. And I think
just nothing's happening so far.
Yeah, and also I think it leads to an interesting tactical question from India about, okay, you've got 5 overs of Arshdeep going. Do you keep him early in the game, let him keep moving, keep what's working going, or do you actually maybe now let some other bowlers have a crack at the middle order and save Arshdeep for a situation where we're closer to the end of the game where you might be able to do even more damage?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's going to be an interesting situation now because he's bowled, 6 overs? And
yes, 5.
5. So he doesn't really have a lot of, so he's bowled 5 overs. That's the end of the power play as well. So he doesn't have...
And to continue the misery for South Africa, India picks up their 1st wicket for a bowler that isn't Arshdeep, with Avesh getting another ball, Markram out for 12 off 21.
Wow. Inside edge right into the stumps, and 52 for 5. I think we can write this one off. This match is going to be over quite quickly.
Yeah, if I am a South African fan watching this, I am very much not enjoying myself. If I am an Indian fan, on the other hand, I am absolutely loving this.
Well, I'm going to say it again. I think you know what I'm about to say. No footwork. Absolutely nothing. He did not even move an inch and then tried to chop that ball and inside edge right onto the stumps. Markram's gone for 12. He looked pretty uncomfortable throughout his innings, but again, you're playing international ODI cricket. You are well established, in your career. No excuse for not using your feet.
Exactly. Especially you are playing one of the best ODI sides in the world right now, facing an incredibly tough lineup. Like, you need to be doing everything you can, and you need to be keeping that footwork. You need to be playing
50,
at your absolute best.
52 for, what is it now? 5, 6? Something like that.
Let me confirm.
It's just disarray at this point.
52 for 5.
And not much batting is left to come as well. I mean,
No.
the tail is now very much exposed. And
Mulder's come in, he averages... Oh, sorry, Mulder's come in, he's averaging 18 in... and he is out. Trapped in front, hitting the pads, in front, out, LBW, and Avesh is on a hat trick unless they do go upstairs here.
I think they have to. I would think it would be idiotic not to at this point. That is
I don't think you have much of a choice.
I mean, but it is plumb. That was there's no way that's going to be overturned.
No.
Wow. Yeah, he has an average of 13.5 according to the stats. Graphic, but yeah, that is going to drop. There is no point taking this. He took the DRS, but when I watched it live, that was hit. That is right on middle stump, not even a third of the way up. The faces in the dressing room are just like, get us out of here. This match is pretty much already done and dusted.
Nothing on Ultra Edge. So no bat involved. Ball tracking. Yep, looks to be impact. Bat in line with off stump moving in towards. Yeah, umpire's call. Review retained, but will remain out.
Well, there you go. See, this is why I'm not an ICC umpire, because I thought that would have hit middle stump live, and now you can see on the replay that was umpire's call. So it was a little bit more of a rough decision against the batter, but live that looked pretty out. And Mulder's gone for a duck first ball.
South Africa.
This is now the second opportunity for a hat trick in this match.
Yep. Three wickets lost in 3 deliveries, but unfortunately for India, they are not the same. We did have a change of over in there, so it is not a hat trick, but Avesh Khan is about to bowl his hat trick ball.
Let's see if he gets lucky, because earlier in the second over or third over, it was not lucky for Arshdeep. He wasn't able to get his hat trick, but if Avesh Khan can get one now, that would be just icing on the cake. It's just been really poor batting. The only person that had any real comfortability out there was Dezorzi, and the way he went was just foolish to begin with. So it's just been one after another. They just have not shown up today. They have not really made any attempt at batting well.
And he leaves it straight through to the keeper for a dot ball, and Avesh Khan does not successfully achieve his hat trick. Good delivery, but probably smart to leave it.
Oh well, those things happen. At this point, I'm pretty much speechless. I don't know about you, but I am a bit of a loss now. Where does South Africa? If you're looking at this from the lens of South Africa, where do you go from here? Because you've lost all of your top batsmen. You've got Peklikweo, who I wouldn't really even call much of an all rounder. He can carry his bat. I think it said he had a 28 average. But where do you go from here? What would you do if you were South Africa coach right now?
And that, of course, leads into the old argument of where's the line between an all-rounder and a bowler who is not a walking wicket. But yeah,
right.
Very much lower order here now. India in an incredibly good driving spot, and
yeah, if I was a betting person right now, I would put it all on India to win this one.
Yeah.
I think this.
And I'm imagining the odds are very, very slim at this point because
at this point, yeah, oh yeah. I think at this point, if you were to put your money on India, you're not going to get great returns, anyways.
Not at all.
And Peklikweo's off the mark. Actually, that was a very good ball. It was a full toss, or at least it was a good Yorker, and Peklikweo getting his bat down just in time, and it's gone down the ground. So he'll pick up 2, get off the mark, and at least some runs are coming in now for South Africa as 54 for 6 with 1 ball left in the 11th over. And it's incredible that we're 6 down in the 11th over. I mean, it's like, at this point, there's a part of me that just says, you know what? Let's just end this now. Let's just see them all out. Quick. Let's get it over with. Because I don't want to sit here, and I'm sure there's many people out there who don't want to sit here and just watch South Africa go at 2, 3 and over for the next 30 overs to just try to get to the 50 overs.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that is when cricket can get just too boring.
Yeah, exactly. I love cricket, but there are these times where you just one side is won. It's like it's the 11th over, 12th over. We know who's going to win this. It's not close, and yet we have several more hours that we will be here.
Oh yeah, we've got a minimum 2. We've got about 2.5 hours of this innings alone. If South Africa were to find a way to take it all the way to the end, and I would bet that the majority of the overs between 11 and 50 are going to be very dull and very boring as South Africa just try to eat up all of those balls.
Absolutely.
Well, not eat up all those balls, I guess, but eat up all those overs, I should say.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably the most entertaining option if India pick up 4 more quick wickets, get it over and done with, but South Africa going to go full defense here. Probably our only option. So they are bringing back Arshdeep for a 6th over. Makes sense.
I'm sure he's going to be feeling a bit sore after this over, though, bowling so many straight away at the start of this.
Exactly.
But it makes sense. He has been on fire. And now that you've got them 6 down, and Avish Khan has also picked up a couple of wickets quickly in the previous over, you would be thinking, if you're India, you're just thinking, let's just wrap this up. If possible, Arshdeep just goes right in, finish, potentially do all 10 overs.
If I'm captain, I'm probably going to be saying, hey, how are you feeling? How many do you think you can do? Because I want to bowl you out right away if I can.
Yep. And he started off pretty good so far this over, just the wide off the first ball and 2 dots. So far, 55 for 6. And only Dezorzi getting 28. Markram got a very scratchy 12. Other than that, Klaassen 6 and Peklikweo 2 is just dismal. All that's left is Maharaj, Berger, and one more left in the batting. So this is really it. I mean, for South Africa, 1 more wicket now, and and that's it. There is absolutely no chance for them to really get anywhere.
Whenever you see any form of lowest totals in ODI graphic on the stream, you know that it's brutal.
You're done. Yeah, you know you're pretty much done. And they are going to be trying to get to the lowest, which was Sri Lanka's 109 against India, 2003 World Cup. And Pakistan also did 109 back in the 90s against South Africa. So they are still a way. Oh, they're only halfway there with 55.
That's
plenty of time.
That's at this stadium, I believe.
At this stadium, yep. So they'll want to at least get to 110, so they don't have the ignominy of having the lowest score at the Wanderers. But in order to do that, they need to get another 55 runs on the board. And where they're going to get them from, I am not so sure.
Yeah, they have well and truly passed the lowest ever ODI score of 35 set by Zimbabwe.
Yep. Well, if I am Akshar Patel and Kuldeep Yadav, I would be feeling pretty relaxed because it looks like they may not really be needed too much in this innings, and they are not top order batsmen either, so they may be having a free ride of an ODI today.
Yeah, I'd imagine you're mainly using them if Arshdeep just wants a few overs off before you send him back in for the kill.
Right. Or he can't finish off the tail in the remaining 4 overs that he'll have after this one. You would then need to use your spinners to just knock off the last couple of wickets.
Yeah, exactly. It's at this point, pretty much anyone can probably bowl, and India will still well and truly win this. It's not a particularly difficult situation they find themselves in.
So have you been following cricket for a long time, a short time?
Yes, absolutely. Grew up watching. Never played at any level, just casually, but
right.
Definitely been watching for many years growing up in Australia, as I have.
A last ball there, Arshdeep to Peklikweo, and it was inside edge. Just
so
went
narrowly
over the stumps, just missing the stumps, bounced right over the stumps. Could have so easily been 56 for 7, but he has gotten away with that one, and it's the end of the over. 12 gone, and Peklikweo survives. So you've been playing. So you play casually. You've been around the game.
Not any. Like a little bit here and there, but I've never played in any organized teams or anything like that. Just backyard cricket, stuff like that.
Right. Where are you? And you're in Sydney, correct?
Yes.
So lucky. The weather must be beautiful right now.
Can be a bit. It's pretty hot at the moment. Got up to 40 Celsius the other day.
Okay, well, see, I'm in the U.S. and it's winter and it's 40 Fahrenheit, which is like 4 Celsius. So I would rather have the 40 Celsius.
Yeah, that is completely fair. So how about you? How did you get into cricket being from the US?
So so my story is a little long-winded, but long story short, when I was 7 years old, went to visit family in India for the first time, and my cousin was really into cricket, so he kind of showed it to me. My dad's really been into cricket, so he was showing it to me as well, and I had heard about it and seen it, but didn't really care up until then. And then when I went to go visit my family in India, all the kids in the neighborhood were playing. And so once I got involved in playing like gully cricket and street cricket with all those guys, I really got into it more. And this would have been like 2001, 2002. And so back then we didn't have TV channels with cricket. We used to have to pay per view. So cricket was expensive to watch back in the early 2000s here in the US. But I was gripped. I was like in it to win it. And I remember the World Cup of 2003 as being kind of that pivotal time that I started to really get into the sport. And we bought the World Cup. Like I said, it was pay-per-view back then. So I still remember it was $349 US
Wow.
to buy the package for the entire World Cup. So, I mean, I would have to say my dad is I've probably forced him to spend a few grand between then and about 2007 when we finally got like a TV channel here in the US that shows cricket. Up until then, it was always pay-per-view. So it's cost a small fortune, but yeah, getting involved in the game is much bigger than just watching it on TV, and that's what really drew me into it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always incredible seeing how different people who may not live in traditional cricket countries come into the game.
Yeah, I mean, everything has changed here. So I remember in 2004, my dad joined there's a local cricket club just about 5 minutes away, and he joined there kind of at my persuasion, because I was 10 years old at the time. I couldn't play for them, but I kind of forced him to go and play so that I could also play and join on the practice days. So, there is, since then, there has been such a growth in the sport here in the US in the last, almost 20 years, to the point that now we have a T20 World Cup coming over here in New York, in Dallas, and in Miami. And it's interesting to see how much the game has really changed in such a short time with the advent of T20 and with everything. And that's out. Is that out? That is out.
Yes, out.
Wow. Wow. Miller's gone too.
And I know you're going to comment on this, so I am going to beat you to it once again. Really, really stealing the footwork. They're trapped like statues.
Absolutely useless batting. This is a joke. There was no foot movement at all. All he did was try to slash at it baseball style, and all he got was a thin edge straight to the keeper. KL Rahul takes a nothing catch. I mean, it was absolutely simple, right to him. And 13 overs gone. Miller's gone for 2, 58 for 7. Wow. I don't even know if we're going to make it to the drinks break at this point.
No, neither am I. It's brutal to watch.
Embarrassing. Yeah, this is really embarrassing. And so like I was saying, I mean, T20 cricket has changed the game so much, which is why we're seeing in these non-traditional cricketing countries where we're seeing a lot of cricket coming. But it's also brought a downfall in this scenario where you're seeing these guys are not using their feet. They're just slashing at the ball, looking for a quick sixes, fours, trying to get the run rate up when you've got 50 overs to bat and you've only used 13 of them. So you're potentially throwing away two-thirds of your innings because you don't have the patience to bat out some of these overs. And that has been detrimental. I think that's been one of the big cons to the game because, I mean, at least 15 years ago, you would not really have seen a score like this. If a team was 7 down so early, it would have been more like 30 for 7, 35 for 7. But there would have been a rebuilding phase, or at least an attempt at a rebuilding phase. And it hasn't looked like in this inning so far there's been any attempt to survive. They've just been going with the motions and no footwork and just swinging away and hoping that they continue to get lucky.
Yeah, exactly. I think also part of it is, I think, with T20 on the rise and the traditionalists still loving Test cricket, ODI has sort of become this weird compromisey thing.
Yes. Yeah, it definitely does. It feels almost like it's just not really. It's like a ginger. It's like your ginger stepson. It really doesn't feel like it belongs anymore.
Yeah, it's this weird thing where it's not Test cricket, but it's not T20, and I think a lot of people specialize in one of the two.
Right. It just feels like ODIs are just there, and you have an obligation to include them in your tours.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really what it feels like, and that's so unfortunate. But I think that's where cricket does itself a disservice because you've got an entire format that no one really wants to play or follow, and viewership is down. The only thing we care about is the ODI World Cups or the Champions Trophy, and other than that, I mean, nobody. I don't think there is much of an appetite for bilateral ODIs. I don't know if you've heard this. There was a at least it was making the rounds on Twitter yesterday. There is talks that October, November, starting next year, there may be a T10 domestic competition in India. So it'll be like the IPL, but for 10 overs cricket. And looks like BCCI is trying to cash in on that.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. And like the ODI was the final format that I've actually been to a game of. I've been to international T20s, I've been to international tests, but I had up until this year never been to an international ODI.
Yeah, and I could see that because that is a commitment to sit there for 7 or 8 hours. Whereas T20, you're in and out less than 4 hours. It's pretty easy to do. Generally, it's an evening match, so it's not like an all-day affair. And test matches, we kind of go through them because it is the pinnacle of the game. And so there is so much, especially if you're like a true test fan, there is so much going on in a day of test cricket that it really does make sense to go. But an ODI is kind of stuck in the middle where it's neither. And it is difficult unless you are a diehard fan and you just want to watch anything that you can get your hands on. It is tough, I think, to sit through an entire ODI.
Oh, absolutely agreed. I've only, I don't do it that often, sit through, I think, and entirely focus the entire time. Like, I'll often have something else I'm doing for some of that time. I enjoy it, but...
Yeah, I think, again, it's for me, I used to. But in the last decade or so, I have found it increasingly more difficult. And I think it's because ODIs have, and ODIs have changed so much. And it's like our attention spans are shortening and shortening and shortening to the point where now it's just dreary and it's tough to really stick through. And it's also become kind of lopsided where you either have these huge scores or you have blowouts. It's never really in the middle anymore.
And there is confirmation that South Africa's lowest ever first innings total is 83 in an ODI, so they still have a bit of a way to go to reach that.
Yep, and that was against England over at Trent Bridge. They also made 99 last year against India in India. So they'll be wanting to get to the triple digits so they can get away from some of these low scores and not have it like right near the top. They'll want to try to bury it somewhere in the middle so that it could be forgotten quickly. But before, they were just showing in the last ball the caught at the crease and how pretty much every wicket has fallen with no footwork and no real attempt to play the ball correctly on its merit. And that has been the story, I think, of this entire 13.4 over so far. South Africa 60 for 7, and it looks like now Pet Lequeo, he is leaving the ball outside off stump. He's not really, fishing at it, but it's a bit too little, too late kind of a scenario now, where even if they do try to eat up some of the overs and try to prolong the innings, all they're doing is prolonging the inevitable.
Yeah. It's far too late to do anything, I think, too meaningful, which is a shame for them, but hopefully they can sort this out when is the next one on Tuesday. So yeah, if I'm South Africa's coach, I'm having a long session in the net working on footwork with my team.
Right. If I'm South Africa's coach, I'd be having a long cursing session in the dressing room during the break because I would be livid with the absolute shithousery that has been this first 10 overs, the poor bat. I mean, just absolutely. It's okay if there's a couple of balls where you're not moving your feet, you're nervous, whatever. But for it to happen time and time and time again, and I think 6 wickets at least, where you've had the same type of dismissals due to lack of footwork, is completely unacceptable.
Yeah,
Especially
exactly.
considering how good the South African ODI team is and how far they got in the World Cup and how well they were doing. For them to play like this at home is just not. It makes no sense.
Absolutely. You had your bilateral series against Australia earlier. You looked really solid in that. They had an excellent World Cup, one of the best teams consistently. Didn't sort of came apart when it really mattered, but throughout the group stage were incredible. They're a good ODI team, so it's always weird to see good teams in this situation.
Well, I think, for a World Cup, if South Africa did not kind of lose it at the end, it wouldn't be a true South African team anyways. So it was pretty on brand. It was a pretty on brand for them to choke it up. Well, not choke it. I think that'd be a little harsh to say that they choked at the end of the World Cup, but it made sense when we saw them not reach the final. It was kind of comforting. Like the world was okay. Things were falling back.
Maharaj finally gives us our first attacking shot in ages as it goes racing away to the boundary 4-4, which the 8th boundary of this innings.
Yep, the run rate has dropped dramatically. It was over 6. At one point, it was even steadily well over 5, and now it is at 4.4. So they are trying to do a rebuilding process for sure, but we're still so far away from the second half of this innings. 14.2 overs. There's just too much time. And it's going to really, I mean, if they can get out of this, if they can find a way, these two, to stay out there and bat it out and survive for the next 20 overs, that would be massive for their confidence and for the morale for South Africa with whatever it is that they're going to have to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, yeah, the one thing I'm concerned is, or not concerned, but it does feel like India have started to get a bit sloppy with a couple of balls. They've had several wides, 3 in the past, 1.5 overs, basically.
Right. I mean, the last one, right after that 4, was way down the leg side, and it was a huge wide as well. So it is true.
Yeah. Obviously, a lot of their balls have been excellent. They've got 7 wickets already, so many dots, but I feel like they've just been slipping a bit, almost getting complacent in the last few balls or last few overs.
Well, they're still only in the 15th over right now. Maharaj is on 4 off 3. Feklikwe 3 off 15. That's a short ball, and see that in this scenario there, Maharaj just letting it go, not letting his instincts put him in some trouble. And they're showing it again now. The South African batters caught on the crease, and how time and time again for the majority of the first 10 overs, they've just been unable to get out of their crease and play confident shots. And even though we've seen 6 4s and 2 6s so far, 69 dot balls in the first 14.4 overs. Very club cricket style.
Yeah, it's almost uncomfortable to watch how awkward some of these batters look at the crease.
Yeah, well, it's even more uncomfortable, I feel, for us as commentators out here, because there's only so many times we can sit here and say this is shite.
Yeah, exactly.
and I there's not really much you can give them in terms of any kind of feedback or any kind of analysis. It's just one of those matches where it's just been garbage from first ball to last so far. As the last ball there for the 15th over is just an inside edge to the fielder, and it's no run. So 65 after 15 overs, not too bad if they were maybe 2 down or 3 down, but I mean, there's only so many times we can say that 7 down, they are screwed. So I think this, they're going to have to really up their game if they're going to make anything of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's mostly, I think, about getting a bit of confidence ahead of the next one.
Well, they've got a day-nighter in 2 days, and that's going to be important. And then, of course, the third final ODI is on the 21st before we move on to the Boxing Day test match at Centurion, and then the New Year's test in Cape Town. So there's still a lot of cricket left in this tour for both teams. And I think everyone's really looking forward more to the test matches than they are to the last 2 ODIs. If I was to make a guess, I know I am.
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking forward to the test matches instead.
Oh, absolutely. I think especially given that if we keep seeing this batting, you almost don't want to watch the rest of the ODIs.
Well, yeah, exactly. And you just hope that it is just one off day. Perhaps it was just one, weird 8-9 overs at the very start where everything's going right for India and everything's going wrong for South Africa. And it's really just that. We'll have to see. There's a lot of cricket left in the series, but Mukesh is back. He bowled 4 overs in his first spell. He's been a little expensive, and he's gone at a runner ball at 6 and over. And second ball of this new overs down the leg side, it's flicked to the vacant boundary, and it's 4 more runs. So he is the one who has been leaking the most runs and being the most erratic of the 3 bowlers so far for India. And I think for Feklikweo and Maharaj, they'll want to take advantage of his bowling as much as possible to try to get that run rate up. And that's exactly what they do, because the next ball, to compensate for being too far down the leg side, well, now it's short and wide, and it's been smacked square of the wicket for a back-to-back boundary. And South Africa moved to 73 for 7.
Yeah, and just to circle back to a conversation we had earlier, Specky94 says in the YouTube chat, the other tricky thing about 50 over cricket is it's the longest format of cricket played by most women's cricketers and associate nations. Doing away with ODIs would hamper their development, which I absolutely agree with. Cricket is in this weird scenario where you've got these multiple formats that there's some strategy and stuff is transferable, but there's a lot that isn't between the 3, and restricting different countries to different combinations is not great.
I've been always a very strong proponent of making it, like, you see it in rugby union where so anybody who knows rugby knows that for a test, what they call a test match, there is no specific requirement. As long as one of the teams would count it a test match, it's a test match. And you can even have situations in rugby where one country might call it a test match for their statistics, and the opposing team does not count it as a test match, but it still counts. Whereas in cricket, we're the complete opposite, where it's very tightly controlled by the ICC of what counts as a test, who can play tests and one-dayers. And it's very exclusionary. And I think that's always going to continue to hamper our sport, because if you ask me, anybody who wants to play a test match should play a test match. So, if you had, say, Switzerland versus Portugal, and the two teams, they decide, hey, why don't we play a 3-day or a 4-day test match? That, in my opinion, should count as a test, albeit maybe you put it under a secondary category of some other kind of test, and therefore its stats don't kind of get muddled up with maybe it could be like a second division test match or 1-day international. But I believe that there shouldn't be this exclusion that only certain teams can play certain types of formats.
Yeah, and especially like, I'm not saying it that for sure they would, but like I reckon that some of the lower rate test nations could be challenged by some of the higher rate associates.
Yeah, I mean, you could, if we truly wanted to grow the sport, you could. Oh well, before we get into that, a short ball by Avish Khan got too close to Maharaj. He tried to play a slap shot, ended up just slapping it straight to a fielder, and he's got to go for 4. The disarray continues. 16.1 overs. Khan gets his 4th, and the 8th wicket falls for 73. It was too close to his body while he was trying to play the cut shot, and he just slaps it straight to the fielder. And it looks like there will be no fairy tale push towards the 50 overs, because 73 for 8 after 16.1, it looks like this might just be wrapping up this innings quite quickly before maybe even 20 overs.
Yeah, it's hopefully something that South African can forget quickly, which, to be fair, there are plenty of cases of nations being absolutely demolished for one innings and then coming back. I mean, a couple of years ago, I don't remember the exact score, but first test of the series, India against Australia test series, completely
36.
torn apart. Yeah, 36
Yeah.
it was. Then they come back, win that series.
Yeah, there was a lot. I mean, that was a really, I remember that series. The COVID series is what I think most people were calling it, in the winter of 2020. And I watched, I think, every single ball of that inning, of that entire series. And that first test was embarrassing. It was a joke. And for India to turn it around and to win that was epic, because they were up against it. I think if I remember, Kohli went home after the first test match. There was a lot of talk about this is going to be a whitewash. No Kohli, India's totally in trouble. And for them to turn it around in the second and third test before winning the fourth in Brisbane was something that no one expected.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I really respect about the Indian team is just how much depth they have. Like, these days it feels like India can pluck out top world-class players out of nowhere to replace guys who are injured.
That's one of the reasons why I love to hate them as well. So when they lost the World Cup to Australia, there was a part of me that was pretty happy, because I was like, ha 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 ha, you guys couldn't get it done.
But yeah, and I think you've got a similar thing with the Australian women's team over in the Australian domestic women's system is just so far advanced that you once again have this situation where you have so many good players that can challenge most of the sides. But that's me getting tangenty.
Yeah, the women's, I mean, because of the BBL as well, I think the women's BBL has been revolutionary for the women's game. You don't really have anything like that anywhere else in their game. I know the women's version of the IPL is going to really get up and running soon in the next year or so.
First season was this year. Second season will be early next year, so that'll be exciting.
But when it comes to competing with WBBL, it's still nowhere near. I think WBBL is leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else.
I think
so they have a phenomenal system there.
Yeah, I think the WPL has the money and it's getting the huge international stars, but where the advantage of the WBL is the quality of domestic players who aren't anywhere near the Australian setup is so much higher, I reckon.
I haven't been following too. I mean, so that's one of the issues is living all the way out here. No idea
Of course.
for me what is going on in Australia. I do try to keep up with the Sheffield Shield because I know that they have the stream on the on cricket.com.au. You can watch some of the streams of these matches. And that's also another thing is when you watch the at least for the men's domestic cricket, there is a great uh, amount of coverage and a real push to tell or at least to stream the matches online for people and actually have some valuable um, camera work, making sure it's actually watchable and not just one mounted camera just looking at the pitch. So there's a lot of effort that Cricket Australia, I think, puts into um, for us as fans to be able to watch the progress of a lot of these players and a lot of the domestic growth we can actually witness.
Yeah, exactly, which is really good because, I mean, I haven't seen the numbers, but I wouldn't imagine that the Sheffield Shield is a particularly profitable competition for them.
Oh, no.
I imagine it's mostly seen as...
I've never really seen more than 50 people in a stadium for those matches.
Yeah. Outside of internationals, Big Bash, Women's Big Bash, I have definitely regularly been to internationals where I think the number of people who weren't directly related to one of the players I could count on my fingers.
Yeah, it's kind of that there's a man with a dog and that's about it. That shows up in certain situations, but that's where I think this game needs to really grow is we still see a lot. I think outside of India, you don't really see healthy crowds. If you were watching Australia Pakistan at the at Optus this test match, and Kerry O'Keefe was on commentary talking about how disappointed he was at how empty the stadium was throughout the 4 days, and that has been a common theme for so long that we just don't see packed stadiums for test matches or one dayers. It's really only T20s or maybe matches that include India where you see really big, healthy crowds with a lot of fan following.
But I think, in Australia at least, really, if you're not playing India or England, you're not getting a huge following.
You're not getting a big crowd, yeah. Which is why this summer is really foolish, in my opinion, to have Pakistan and West Indies to be your two teams that came this year, because that just sounds like an absolute dud in terms of fan following and engagement.
But then you can't just switch between England and India. You do have to play everyone, so I get that.
Right.
But also part of it, I think, is just that the other problem is, other than England and India, there's not really been any other team that has, in the test scene, challenged Australia much domestically in ages. And not even England probably shouldn't even be in that list.
Right. Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. And just getting into this one, finally we're getting some runs because Berger's been here now 8 balls. He's finally got an edge outside off stump. It was bowled by Mukesh and an edge out to the fielder in the deep. And he'll pick up a single, 75 for 8 after 17.4. So not really much to talk about in this game specifically. It's kind of just meandering along, lots of dot balls, concerted effort by Pekliqueo to try to hold one end up, but he has not had any success with any of his partners so far. And this game is just kind of just marching slowly to the inevitable as another single has taken this one down the leg side and it's just been dabbed away for 1, 76 for 8. But yeah, I mean, you're definitely right on that. You can't play India and England every single summer, which makes sense. But it also shows, I mean, and that's a whole new can of worms to be bringing up about how this game has really, I mean, international cricket is really just two-tiered, where you've got the big three, or I guess you could also throw New Zealand in there and make it a big four. And other than that, everyone else is kind of in their own second tier amongst themselves. They're not really getting a lot of fans to watch, and there's not that much money in there. And, I mean, oftentimes you see a lot of these tours that are actually not even making profits because a lot of gate receipts are missing. People don't really show up to these matches. Say Sri Lanka versus the West Indies, for example, and people don't really go to those matches, and there's not a lot of following for those. So we are stuck in this situation where you've got the big three, the big four. Their matches are packed. Everyone wants to watch that. You've got, for example, coming up is India, England. That's a 5-test series. That's going to be big. And then you've got all the other teams that are kind of just trudging along, fulfilling their tours, but it's not really covered that much, and not a lot of people are really following.
Yeah, and I think the other challenge is that for people who aren't already fans of cricket, Test cricket is a hard sell. Like, I love Test cricket, but It is very hard for someone who is not a huge fan of cricket to go say, hey, you want to sit for 7 hours, watch a sport where for quite a lot of time nothing's happening.
Yeah, and it's a whole work week.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very tough sell.
Which is why I think, as much as I love Test cricket, I also recognise that, at least from a marketing perspective, T20 is absolutely how you grow the game.
Well, it definitely is smart that a few years ago, and it was 2019, the ICC finally decided to allow T20 international status to all countries, which is why now any T20 played between two countries that are ICC members can be awarded T20 status, which is why, at least on a statistics level, a match between two teams that, are on the face of it really nobodies is just as significant as a T20 World Cup final.
Yeah, exactly. I have many, many issues with many, many things the ICC does, but that is absolutely, I think, one of the best moves they've made in a while.
Well, Avish Khan is bowling the 19th over, and after 2 dot balls, the third one kind of jumps up at Feklekweo a little bit. He gets a top edge, but there is nobody there on in the on Hayden position that is just next to the non-striker. And then the next ball, the fourth ball, this one's outside off stump, kind of swinging away a little bit from the left-hander, and nowhere near the bat in the end, but it was a good ball just outside off stump. So 18.4 over, still 76 for 8. And the ICC, I mean, doing that was really smart. It allows so many matches to have proper statistical significance. And I think that really does help the game a lot because you can actually quantify the efforts and the successes and failures of these teams that are out there, whether it be these top teams that are competing in these big matches, or if it's some of the smaller associate nations that are out there that don't have much exposure in cricket. As the fifth ball is bowled, it's short, and it swing and a miss. There was a hook shot by Feklekweo. There was a bit of a meek ask whether that was out, in the umpire basically saying absolutely not, continue, and they will not go up for a review on that. So it's just going to be a dot ball. So far, 5 straight dots in this over.
But also, it does feel a lot like South Africa is just swinging in the air vaguely near where the ball is, which is not a good look for them.
I mean, that's what they've been doing it since the beginning, and they're definitely. I mean, say again, the last ball of the over was a bit wide, short, and no real foot movement by Feklequeo. He just swings and misses. Can't really give him too much of a hard time since he is not a top order batsman. But it's just clear that they are not really looking to right any of the wrongs so far from this innings. They're just continuously making the same mistakes and doing the same thing time and time again and hoping for a different result.
Yeah, exactly. They need to really rethink how they approach their batting for 2 more ODIs and need to be a lot more positive. And I think especially the weird thing is batting first was South Africa's strength during the World Cup.
Yes, it was, and it has failed
these bowling lineups. Yeah, they could go at even some of the best bowling lineups in the world.
And I wouldn't even say this pitch is any kind of dangerous pitch. It's not like there are any demons in this wicket or anything that you could honestly say like, wow, it's going to be difficult for India to bat on this as well.
No. Is it a slightly bowler-friendly pitch? Yes. But from looking at how it's been moved, you would maybe be expecting maybe low 300s pass score rather than what could very likely be double digits.
Yeah, that it has definitely been all South Africa's downfall here, more than it has been India with some magnificent bowling. And in the 20th over now, Mukesh is going to continue. He's bowling his 7th over, none for 36, so he hasn't had a lot of success. Been a bit wayward. He's bowled a few wides, but it looks like India is going to try to use up only their seamers for this portion.
Yeah, and if we had a professional team behind us and had an actual dedicated stats person like many of the real professional commentaries do, I would absolutely be asking them to look up, is this the least number of bowlers to bowl in an ODI innings? Because I imagine it would be. I mean, obviously it's
definitely right up there at the top.
Yeah,
because we are now into the 20th over and we've only used 3 bowlers.
Yeah, theoretically, barring a very strange over, you have to have at least 2. And I imagine it'd be very rare to be bowled out with only facing 2 bowlers. So I imagine it'd be around 3.
I have seen statistics where it's only 2 bowlers, but you have to go into the 19th century for that.
Yeah.
I'll give one perfect example is the Ashes of 1888, which is unique in that it was complete and utter dog shit. That was, like, statistically speaking, probably if people who were alive then had to watch that, I feel sorry for them because multiple records were broken during that series. Some of the shortest test matches were played less than 130 overs for all 4 innings kind of situation. And a lot of, sub 100, like below 75 all out, multiple innings. So in those scenarios back then, there are some test scorecards that show only 2 bowlers, but to see any of that in the last 50, 60 years is extraordinarily rare.
See, this is one of the things I love about cricket because on one hand, you have like, oh yeah, this happened like 200 years ago, this weird thing. Like you almost never have something happen in cricket for the first time in ever. Because cricket's just been played too much to have that. But also it's one of those, the game is so different from what I imagine it was in that era that it's just you always have these stats that like, okay, so what? Like, it's just such a different game now.
Right. It's almost like a different sport. And I'll tell you what, it looks like Feklikwayo has finally opened the floodgates because Mukesh has been struggling. And the fifth ball of his over that was slapped down the leg side for 4 runs. And then in the final ball of his over, he looks to kind of rectify that the previous ball was a little wayward. This one is into the pads, flicked square of the wicket on the leg side. Really, really short boundary, 61 meters. And yet that ball had sailed all the way into the 5th, 6th row of the seat. So I don't know what the dimensions are on that side of the ground, but that is a minuscule boundary. If that is going deep into the stands and is 61 meters. So he's got a 4 and a 6, 87 for 8 after 20 overs.
All right.
Yeah. And Avesh Khan remains bowling for the next over.
And I am back.
Well, that was one massive long coffee break there.
I was saying to Jessica that we should do a switch up, and nobody acknowledged it basically. So yeah, you can take. Do you want to take a break, Mayank, for I don't know,
Yep.
10 overs or something, or you just tell us when you are ready? Because
yeah, no, I will hop off and I'll be back. Let's say in 10 overs, and I'll see you guys then.
All right. And I was going to say we do have some social media interactions. We have Brian in Brisbane in the chat. It's been a little while ago, but hello, Brian. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the coverage. And we have Aditas from White Line Wireless, who is volunteering for the second test. And he also says that the other tricky thing about 50 over cricket is that it's the longest format of cricket played by most women's cricketers, and associate nations doing away with one-day internationals would hamper their development. And I am completely agreeing with that one.
Yeah, and we were saying
yes,
it's the weird thing where for test nations, it's at least in men's cricket, for test nations, it's this thing where no one really cares about ODI cricket, but on the other hand, it's a key part for associate nations.
Exactly. He also says, don't know about the record, but Australia versus Namibia from the 2003 World Cup. Namibia bowled out for 45 in 14 overs. McGrath, there is something in the way, this stupid, I can't read the comment because there's the stupid emoji thing on YouTube.
Namibia bowled out 45 and 14 overs. McGrath 7 overs 7-15. Lee 6 overs 1 for 26. Bichelle 1 over 2 for none.
Yes.
That was our conversation on what's the record for fewest bowls in ODI, because
yes,
India's used 3 here, and I was saying I would be surprised if anyone's ever been so heavily demolished that they only faced 2. So I imagine this would be tying the record.
Yes, and if you are wondering, dear listeners, why we are talking about a lot of tangential stuff, it's because in the 21st over, Avesh Khan has been keeping Burger relatively silent. There are 4 dot balls thus far. Now there's 5. South Africa are still 87 for 8. And one thing to say about Avesh Khan, this is his 6th international, his 6th ODI. Before this one, he had 3 wickets from 5 matches. This match, he has already taken 4. He has halved his career average. It was over 71, and now it is at around 32.86.
And it's one of the things I used to always find it really, really annoying how cricket commentators, always got off on these long tangents. But also, like, what else do you say in this situation? Like, nothing's happening. We've given the analysis. I think what we've said about South Africa's batting still holds.
Mm.
So
Absolutely.
there's almost not much else to say. Like, they need to start using their feet more.
Yes, this is. I mean, but we always say South Africa are a really good one-day international side, and they are. But they can also have an off day. I mean, they lost to the Netherlands in the World Cup in the group stage, which was basically the first real upset in that group stage, if I remember correctly.
I think so, yeah.
And
It's...
yeah, I mean, it looks like they're having an off day today.
Everyone has off days, but I think it's rare to have this bad of an off day.
Yeah.
Like, and I think part of that is that cricket relies on so many different people that it's just becomes a very low chance of, like, the entire lineup having a bad day. Because typically, like, you'll be lucky enough that one of your top order guys will have a respectable enough innings, drag you kicking and screaming to some mediocre score, but that just hasn't happened yet.
Yes, and what's happening in the game? It's the 22nd over, and it is bowled by Arshdeep. He bowls his 8th over. He has 4 wickets as well. All South African wickets to fall today fell to either Arshdeep Singh or Avesh Khan. The second delivery of his over is a single, and South Africa are now on 88 for 8, which is a Schnapszahl, as we say in German. So everybody drink. No, just a joke. We have Pekloquayo on 24 and Burger on 2. The current run rate is now 4.09, and India are 2 away from bowling South Africa out.
It's, once again, I was saying this earlier, though, I think a lot of that is more saying stuff about South Africa than India's bowling, right? They've been good, but they haven't looked like absolutely lethal bowlers.
No, they haven't. They have looked pretty competent, though, I would have to say.
Yeah. They've looked respectable, but I think a lot of it has just been South Africa have been struggling so much that they've been giving away bad wickets. And India's been taking them.
Yes, and all this is in the face of the fact that South Africa could be all out if India had been a bit more lucky. I think there were some very iffy situations for the South African batsmen in this innings so far. There were inside edges that barely missed the stumps and stuff like that. I think they can be happy that they made it this far.
I'll be honest, when they were 6 for 52, I wasn't expecting them to get to triple digits, and now they have a decent shot of doing that.
Exactly. As Arshdeep is giving up only a single thus far after 5 deliveries in the 22nd over. No, he's given up another one to Burger, and it's 89 for 8 after 22 overs. 2 runs coming off this one. Nandre Burger on 3 and Andile Pekloquayo on 24. Arshdeep Singh has... Yes?
We have our 4th bowler for the night.
Ooh.
We have Kuldeep Yadav come in to bowl his first over.
That is excellent news. Kuldeep Yadav has been excellent during the third T20 International, taking 5 for 17. He really had the South African batsman on toast in that match. And I'm actually a bit surprised he didn't come on earlier, because during the T20 he was on relatively early, and one would think, this being the same ball, that India could have taken a chance with him earlier, hoping he would find some spin, the ball would grip. Yeah.
I think part of that is just that Arshdeep Singh and Avesh Khan were just bowling so well that it made sense to let them deal a heavy portion of the innings. Maybe couldn't have bowled as much as Mukesh Kumar, but I think a lot of it was just that.
Yes, exactly. That was exactly what I was thinking. Switch out Mukesh for Kuldeep Yadav earlier. But I guess at this point in the match, you don't really need to be tactically as sharp as if South Africa were, I don't know, about 30 runs from where they are now and still had wickets in hand.
Yeah, I think it's just a simple question of, if something's working, keep doing it.
Especially if there's not that much on the line.
Yeah, if conventional wisdom might say, hey, you should rotate your bowlers a bit more, bringing your fourth bowler at almost 20, how many overs are we now?
We are 23 overs in, with Kuldeep bowling his first, conceding only 1 run, putting South Africa at 91 for 8, with Peklokwao on 24 and Borger on 4.
Conceding 1, but then also 1 by.
Yes, exactly. Off the last ball, there's 1 by. South Africa 91 for 8. I mean, the Indian team will back themselves to chase whatever South Africa put on the board from here, I would think.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm feeling a bit let down as well. Like, I was hoping to see, you had the excellent batting from South Africa from this World Cup against India. I was hoping to see some big scores, big chases, and
exactly, and
we've instead treated to this batting collapse.
Yes, and everyone was saying that this is a very high-scoring round. There were expectations of totals in excess of 300 before this match started. And at this stage, we'll be lucky to get a total score of 300 runs.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's... Well, there we go. Peklokwao does get a big swing there, taking Arshdeep for 6, which we are getting a few of those every now and then. They find a bit of a pie to take deep, but it's very little comfort, I imagine, to South African fans seeing this when, you're hitting some sixes here and there, but it's far too late for it to actually be damage.
Yeah, and I think you would expect one loosener per over, or 1 loosener every 2 overs from a bowler. And I mean, this one was a bit too short. It was there to be pulled, and Peklokwao dutifully smacked it very, very flat into the leg side and cleared the boundary easily, landed in the bank. That was
absolutely
good shot.
Excellent shot.
Yes, everyone, you can interact with us using either the YouTube chat or you can tweet at LinuxLea. I will be monitoring that as well. If you got any questions, suggestions, please let us know.
That was painful to watch. Midfield costing Archdeep a wicket there. Instead conceding 2 runs. Should have been a really easy catch, that one.
Yeah, I mean, India have been relatively inconsistent in the fielding department. In the second T20 after the first one was rained out, they had, I think, 2 or 3 drops in that one that in the end probably cost them the game. Yes, at this one is high in the sky, and who is that who fell over? There was an attempt at a diving catch where that was probably unnecessary. And the chance goes down. Well, who is that?
Yeah, I didn't spot who it was either.
Yeah.
So
okay. It was mid on running back. It was Sanju Samson. Sanju Samson is the number 9, I think. But South Africa won't complain about the 2 runs they can take off that misfield or that dropped catch. And they're 1 away from bringing up the team total 100 with Pechlokwayo on 32 and Burger on 4.
So yeah, are we good? Are we going to be able to do every game in this series, or will be some we have to miss?
We will have to miss the first test because that one is starting on Boxing Day, and I'm visiting family over the holidays for Christmas.
And I would love to, but I'm visiting family up until the 27th, so I would be unable to do day 1.
Yeah, exactly.
I might message you. We may be able to sort day 2 out, but we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, we're coming back around the 29th or something like that. But we do have we will be doing the second test, everyone.
Yes.
Beginning on the 3rd of January. I recently spoke with Anindo Dutta, author of Wizards, The History of Indian Spin Bowling. And he is kind enough to make an appearance for the second test on the stream.
That will be good.
Yes, and
you will also have to put up a fair bit with me because I will be joining for lunch. I will not be working, so I will be able to stay up late as well, which is good.
Oh, this is that's a good problem to have, I would say.
Yeah.
Yes, after
I'm on leave for 2 weeks, which is good.
Excellent. Well, after 24 overs, South Africa are 99 for 8, and it is Kuldeep Yadav to bowl the 25th. And he is taken for a single of the first delivery. Borga moves on to 5, and Pechlokwayo now on 32. South Africa bring up their 100 in the 25th over. It is 100 for 8. Current run rate is 4.14.
And I feel like there is a little bit of a keeping a bit of respect for yourself. If you're not being bowled out for 2 figures, like, I feel like there's a bit more. It's still pretty disappointing, whatever score they get here, but it's better than being bowled out for less than 100.
Absolutely.
A bit of respect.
there is another single from Peklo Kwayo off the second ball, and that brings Bolga back onto strike. 101 for 8, and Kuldeep Yadav has figures of none for 3 after 1.3 overs of his allowance of 10. And there seems to be a bit of turn as Bolga can't really read him from the hand. This one spun, and Bolga tried to defend it with a straight bat in front of the pads, spun around the bat, and was taken by KL Rahul safely behind the batsman. There is no run. There seems to be a fair bit. Yes?
Another maiden over there. 2 excellent early overs from Kuldeep Yadav for going total of number 3 so far. South Africa stay on 8-4-1-1 as Arshdeep will come in for his final over.
I mean,
and with that, hits the leg, finger goes up. Will they review? I don't think there's much to review, but we will see.
And if this decision stands, this is Arshdeep's maiden fifer in one-day internationals in his 5th match. Yes.
Bit high, but also quite far forward.
Oh, that looks
perfect to me from that angle.
That looks plumb.
Yeah. I think that's the fifer.
I think so as well. And
DRS confirms. Bob shows that it is hitting between off a middle stump and leg stump, and Arshdeep gets his 5th wicket. South Africa moved down to 9 for 101. And he looks very, very happy and proud of himself, and as do his teammates.
And one interesting thing about this DRS, this review, is that apparently they didn't even bother going for Snicko. Went straight for the ball tracking, and ball tracking confirms that is out. It's a bit curious because normally they are doing this procedure that is set in stone in the playing conditions, and they're following that one step by step. Interesting.
I don't think they have. I don't think they have to go for Snicko if there is no potential of bat being involved.
I would have thought they do, because I've seen a lot of matches where the bat is nowhere near the ball and they're still going for Snicko, because maybe they changed that, but at least a while ago it was a set procedure, and you had to go through that. You had to do the Snicko and then the ball tracking and stuff like that. Because there was so much discussion around how the DRS system works, that they set out a very clear procedure for it. So everyone, so people wouldn't be that confused by it, because you can go, okay, here's the procedure and it has to be followed step by step. So to save the legitimacy of the DRS system, basically. Anyway, South Africa are 101 for 9 after 25.1 overs, and Tabray Shamsi is the next batsman in for South Africa. In his 52nd match, he has a high score of 9 not out and an average of 7. He has made 28 runs in his one-day international career, and he is off the mark. Second ball he faces. South Africa 102 for 9.
But even with Shamsi getting off the mark now, how many ducks was that? 1, 2. Okay, 3 ducks and several single-digit figures. It's still a very, very disappointing place to be for South African cricket right now.
Absolutely. Yes, the last wicket. I think yes, it was a bowled. It was an LBW by Arshdeep Singh. The batsman out was Andile Pechlokwayo, and he went for 33 LBW bowled Arshdeep Singh. Yeah, I don't think this South Africa innings will last much longer from here. Both Boga and Shamsi are not really batsmen. They're not even...
Quite a positive shot.
Yes?
There from Shamsi, though, for only the 2 runs off it, though.
Yes, but
definitely trying to widen up a bit.
I think the problem with both of them is that they're not even really tail end biffers, if that makes any sense. Both their high scores are in the single digits. I mean, these are not who's a good late order biffer. Umesh Yadav, for example. He's a good late order biffer.
Yeah. A lot of the Aussie, I mean, to be fair, with a lot of the Aussie quicks, you can probably argue that they can be somewhere between bowling all-rounders and batters, but they definitely have some quite good batting to them as well at times, as Arshdeep will finish in final figures of 5 for 37. A fantastic innings from him.
Absolutely. I mean, it would be quite funny from here on if Avesh Khan takes the final wicket, because it would also be his maiden fifer in one-day internationals.
Remember the test a while ago where who was it for New Zealand took like 10 wickets in an innings?
Yes,
a couple of years ago now.
Ajaz
Patel. That was fun.
Yes, absolutely. The third 10-fer in a test cricket, and each and every one of them has been unique in its own way. Yes, Mayank is saying versus India. Yes, and every 10-fer in Test cricket has been unique. The first one is, of course, Jim Laker, and it is unique in that he took 19 wickets, all except one, and it was the first one. The second one is by Anil Kumble. And it is.
I still do not know how he didn't get. I still don't know how he didn't get man of the match. As my is hopefully providing in the green room.
Yes, because there was I think there was 100 in there as well. if I remember correctly. No, but the second tenfer is by Kumble, and it is unique in that it is a tenfer in a single spell. And Ayaz Patel is unique in that it is the only tenfer in Test cricket that came in a losing cause.
Yeah, Gil's got 100, so somehow better. Yeah, I agree that a century isn't better than... Like, a double century I'd get, but, like...
Yeah.
Centuries are not uncommon in Test cricket. Meanwhile, you've had 3 tenfers.
Yes. And while we were talking about tenfers, KL Rahul has brought Avesh Khan back on. Hopefully, his thinking is that, well, let's get 2 fifers, 2 maiden fifers for our bowlers in this match. And after 26.2 overs, South Africa are 107 for 9 with Shamsi on 3 and Bulga on 6. That is his high score in one-day internationals because it is his debut one-day international as well. Avesh with figures of 4 for 18 after 7.2 overs. There's a wide in there, in that over. Yeah. I
really liking some of these aggressive shots you're occasionally seeing from Shamsi. Not what you'd expect, but actually looking decent with the bat.
Yes, and I mean he has license to play now. I would say.
Yeah.
They only have 1 wicket in hand. Doesn't really matter if they bat out the 50 overs. The total is not going to be competitive anyway. So go for it.
Exactly. It's just slogging now. Trying to.
And that is a glorious slog, one has to say. Picks that off his pads and it goes 1 bounce over the rope for 4 runs and 111 for 9 for South Africa. And no, I'm not going to stand up and stand on 1 foot. Yeah, this is one of the better partnerships for South Africa now. They have
Absolutely.
They have 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th partnership for South Africa that has made it to double digits actually.
Maybe not as intentional a slog there, but
No.
An edge off Shamsi does still find the boundary before.
Yes, and that brings South Africa to 116 for 9. As the one before that was a wide. Yeah, and the last delivery of the over is a dot ball from Avesh Khan.
And once again, you're seeing them almost swinging at the air. It looks... And there's a couple of the South Africans that almost looks like it's a premeditated slog. Like, it's just... It doesn't feel like they're picking up the ball well at all.
No, they don't. Maybe one of the problems there is, at least in the later half of the innings, that they are mostly tail enders, and I mean the top order.
Even the top order was doing the same thing. The top order was still having quite a few of these swinging at nothing. Like, it's not just been a tail order problem.
Yeah, that is true. Well, one would have to say that this is basically a match to forget for the South African batsmen, as there are drinks being served right now. Don't know why they're doing that now. But we have a break in the action, and just a reminder: if you want to get in touch with us, you can always use the YouTube chat, and you can also tweet us at LinuxLea on Twitter.
Absolutely, and please, if you're watching this, it's far more interesting to see a few other people's opinions rather than just bouncing it off each other.
Yes, exactly. I don't think many people here will have a Blue Sky account. If you have,
I'm hoping to get one, but I haven't got one at the moment.
You haven't got one. Do you need an invite?
No. That would be great.
Yes. Okay. I'll do that probably during the innings break.
Sure thing.
Because I have a code. Yes.
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Yes. So South Africa are 116 for 9 after 27 overs with the drinks break. The win probability
does feel a bit weird.
What?
Does feel a bit weird taking a drinks break with 9 down.
Yes, exactly. That's so strange. And because normally they're doing drinks breaks around, if I remember correctly, it's normally done after 16 overs. There wasn't a drinks break after 16 overs. I don't know what they were doing there.
Yeah.
But
Kuldeep
continues, I think, for the 28th over. Yes.
I would be very interested to hear his strategy here, if he's trying to get it over and done with, or if he's just trying to lock down the end and hoping for 2 5s in the one match.
Oh, yes.
And clean bowled.
Okay.
Berger is clean bowled for 7 off 32. South Africa finishes 116 all out off 27 overs and 3 balls. The bowlers were Mukesh Kumar none for 46 off 7 overs. Arshdeep Singh 5 for 37 off 10. Avesh Khan 4 for 27 off 8. And Kuldeep Yadav 1 for 3 off 2.5.
Yes, and the high score for South Africa is actually by Andile Pechlukwayo, who made 33 of 49. He is one of 4 South African batsmen to make it into double digits. In order, the others are Tony de Zorzi with 28. Then there's Aiden Markram, who made 12. And Tabraiz Shamsi remains on 11. Not out. There were 3 ducks in the innings. Risa Hendricks, Rassi van der Dussen, and Rian Mulder all making no runs. There was a bit of a problem with the bowling in terms of accuracy. 10 wides from the Indian bowlers. But that is the innings break.
We need some old interviews or old innings or something like that to do a replay in our innings break. But alas, we do not have those.
I don't have any yet. After after Christmas there will be. I have something that I will that I want to release on this channel as a Christmas present for all the listeners who made this an amazing year for the channel. And I have a little thank you or a goodie for Christmas. So keep your eyes peeled on that. It's in English, so all the international listeners will not miss out. I did something for that, and I guess it's a start for the future when there is an innings break or a rain delay. I can play that one at least sometimes.
And let's also maybe have a talk offline. I'm sure we can find about what next year. Because I think we could probably work to get more jingles and sounds and stuff like that and look into doing that. But it's obviously it's your channel. That's up to you.
No, I'm really looking into it, doing some jingles or stuff like that. But I mean, I'm not as talented as people like Perko or the Jersey Jingler and obviously Morg. So that's a bit of a problem. My jingles would basically be clipping something from somewhere, and I've been relatively reluctant to do that during the World Cup because there was a lot of copyright trolling going on during that time, and I'm not sure it's completely gone. And that is the last thing I need for this channel to receive a copyright claim, because YouTube is horrible with resolving those.
Really, YouTube is the worst in those regards. But also confirmation that third wicket partnership of Markram and Dazorzi was the best partnership for South Africa in the end.
Yes, exactly. That was a partnership of 39. Just for context, that's not that many runs.
Not at all. It was a pretty consistent bleeding of wickets.
Yeah, overall, competent, not exceptional bowling from India, I would say, but the South African batsmen didn't really read the Indian bowlers, so that leaves South Africa with 116 all out, setting India 117 to win this first one-day international of the tour. And I would say we'll take a short break and we will be back after South Africa, after the innings break, after the change of innings. I think it's around 25 minutes, so we'll be back in about 20 minutes. Everyone, thank you for the attention, and we'll see we'll see you shortly.
See you shortly.
Well, that's that. Okay. I will take a short break, and I think if you want to take a break for the beginning of the second innings, Mayank and me can do the first 10 overs, and then I will jump out again, and you and Mayank can do overs 11 to 20, if that is okay. Hello? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. That sounds fine. I will tell Mayank in the green room and see you shortly. Okay, Break in Johannesburg. Möchtest du deine Pizza haben, bevor du losgehst oder lieber nachher? Dann mache ich dir jetzt schon mal. Dann heize ich dir den Ofen gerade vor, ja? Backpapierzuschnitte sind hier. Haben wir. All right, we are back for the second innings of this first one-day international between South Africa and India. After a rather disappointing effort with the bat from South Africa, they were 116 all out in 27.3 overs. India are now set 117 to take a 1-0 lead in this one-day international series. Arshdeep Singh took his maiden one-day international fifer in the first innings. Avesh Khan missed out on his maiden fifer. He took 4 wickets. Kuldeep Yadav basically robbed him of his fifer. But otherwise, very, very good effort by Avesh Khan, who more than doubled his one-day international career wickets. In 5 matches before this one, he took 3 wickets at an average of over 70. He halved that career average in this match. He now has 7 wickets at an average of 34.43. Yeah, not much to write home about for the South African batsman. 3 ducks, highest score in the innings is by Andile Pechlokwayo, who made 33. Rather disappointing total from the South Africans here. Let's see. Yeah, so India are firmly in the driver's seat in this match here. The South Africans went along at a run rate of 4.21 for their 117. One would think that India should chase this down within, I think, 25 overs, basically.
But yeah, should be a really easy case for India here.
Yes, absolutely.
Coming up to us.
Absolutely. Welcome back, Jessica. I don't know. Mayank isn't online anymore. Don't know what happened.
That is why I jumped in.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Yeah. What's your prediction? How long will India take to chase this? I was thinking around 25 overs.
Yeah.
At the most, I think.
Absolutely. Should be done 20-ish.
Yeah, 20-ish would require a run rate of 6 almost.
Okay, 25, 20, probably 22, 23. A little bit under that. I reckon that can go fairly quickly. It's not a particularly difficult total to shut down.
No. And we have the Indian openers coming out, and it's Ruturaj Gaikwad and Sai Sudarshan, the debutant. Something was pinging. Mayank is back online. Mayank, do you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, excellent.
Great.
Excellent. Thanks for jumping in, Jess. I think you can take a 10 overs break, and then we'll see from there if that is okay. Mayank. So, what is your prediction? How long will India take to chase down 117 here?
Honestly, I was thinking when you said that, Jess, can you go ahead and take a break? I was thinking in my head, well, wouldn't be so surprised if she doesn't come back, because knowing India and knowing how they can get started, it is entirely possible that we might be done before the 10 or even the 15 over break.
Yeah, I think I don't know if they chase it down in within 10, because I think they will be a bit risk averse here, seeing they have time on their hands and they can take it slowly. My prediction is around 25 overs. If they were to chase it down within 20 overs, they would have to go at 6 and over, almost 6 and over. And yeah, they might do it, but I don't think that's the plan. And we have action, and it's Nandre Borga, the other debutant in this match, bowling to a Gaikwad, and there is a rather muted appeal on the first delivery. No one is interested enough to review it, because as the replays show, there is an inside edge onto the pads. And
yeah, it looks like that was more just him being excited. It was his first ball.
Probably in
international cricket, and he was understandably excited to see that he's already getting some purchase. It's interesting because he's also a left armer, just like Arshdeep. He's bowling to a right-hander, just like Arshdeep was throughout the beginning of that first innings. Can he get the same purchase off this wicket? That will be key for South Africa.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, he's a left armer bowling to a right-hander, yet he bowls over the wicket and not around it. I find that interesting, because for the last few years, the preferred tactics to left-handers has been for right-arm bowlers to bowl around the wicket.
Yeah, I noticed that as well with Arshdeep. If you remember in the beginning, that's how he got his first 2 wickets as well. He was bowling the exact same way. So I think there might be that the South Africans are kind of just taking that tactic, see if it works for them early on. Gaikwad just dropping the second ball, just dropping a dead bat, gets a quick single, and now it's Sudarshan, who first ball, outside off stump. He is a lefty, and he just leans right into it. Beautiful cover drive, and it runs away for a boundary.
Yes, and that is 4 runs to the total for India.
Is he making a debut? Because
he is making a debut. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I've never seen him before playing for India.
No, he has not played for India. I know him because he plays for the Gujarat Titans in the IPL.
Ah, okay.
And he was touted as a very promising prospect, playing for Gujarat. Interestingly enough, they didn't let him make a debut in the T20 part of this series, but opted to give him his international debut in the ODI series.
And it looks like there's an LBW appeal. They're not going to go for it. So there was a lot of waiting around to see if they were going to take a DRS review. They choose not to. The replay looks like there might have been an inside edge, perhaps.
No, there is no edge, and I actually think that that might have been overturned.
At first I thought it was an inside edge. It looks like the bat had hit the pad instead. And now the next ball, the final ball of the over, is just edged out to third man for a single. Yeah, I think you're right. It looks like there was no edge. Ultra edge shows the bat was hitting the pad maybe, but nowhere near the bat. There is a spike when the bat passes the pads. And let's see here. That is plumb.
Yes, it was actually
that was plumb. That was completely plumb. Should have taken the review. Oh man, Aiden Markham has made a mistake there.
Yes, that was a gimme actually, and South Africa could have their first wicket, but so India are 6-1 or loss.
That was only 1/3 of the way up on middle stump. That's as plumb as it can ever be.
Exactly.
And I think that double noise of the bat hitting the pad confused everyone.
Yeah, but the bat is nowhere near the ball as it thunders into the pad.
Well, terrible decision from the umpire. He's totally missed that one. And very surprising that they did not go for the DRS review. The South African camp there clearly frustrated. Can't believe they've missed a chance here.
Yeah, that was Bongani Yele, the South African umpire in this match. The other one is Richard Kettleborough.
And it's now Mulder who's come in. First ball has just gone for a single for Sai Sudarshan, and he's on 6 off 5. Second ball is just defended by Gaikwad. No run. It's a no ball as well. So that means it's going to be a free hit. And that is going to rub a little bit of salt into their wounds.
Oh, yes. That is a slash straight down the ground, bounces in front of the boundary sponge, and it is 4 runs. And India are 12 for no loss after 1.2. We have Ruturaj Gaikwad on 5 of 6 and Sai Sudarshan on 6 of 5. India looking to end this relatively quickly, I think, now.
Yeah, they don't have... I mean, that's the thing when you're batting second, because they know what total they need. There is no real stress on pacing their innings, worrying about wickets. Both of these openers have the freedom to play their shots and look for what would normally be thought of as risky shots. They have more freedom and more confidence to make them because they know that the target is small. They have plenty of overs to do it in. And so they'll be feeling good about their shot selection. And they won't really worry too much about just playing it here and there, just looking for the singles. They'll want to try to finish this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but I find it really, really interesting that South Africa won the toss in this match and they elected to bat first.
Well, I mean, I can see that the pitch doesn't look like it has too many demons. It wasn't particularly too much about India being great bowlers. It was more South Africa completely being inept with the bat.
Yeah, but interestingly, in the T20s, in the T20 on the same ground, they also won the toss and elected to chase. And there is a chance of a run out here.
Well fielded by the captain. Oof.
Yes, the captain fields it very well. The bowler can't gather the throw in cleanly, and they are safely back inside the crease.
It's clearly not South Africa's day so far.
No. And after 2 overs, India are 12 for no loss.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a wayward throw as well, but Mulder just couldn't get it in his hands, and it was a reprieve there in the end. Would have been out had he been able to cleanly get it and whip the bails off. That would have definitely been a run out, but
yeah, he was out
so
by
far still 12 without loss.
Yeah, he was out by a good half meter. Let's see who.
It's a shame that this match has looks to be finishing quite quickly because there is a very healthy crowd.
Yes.
And I would say maybe 70-75% full for sure. The stands are full. The grass banks are packed. And they're being treated to some shots now because that one was full and wide, and it has been slapped square of the wicket down to the boundary for Sudarshan. And he gets a boundary there for 10. Now he's moved to 10. And so they are going to, the fans are getting some entertainment, but it has been very few and far between.
Yes, and I mean, but the interesting thing here is, of course, that this is a 3-match series, and the tourists winning the first one maybe creates a sense of urgency for the South Africans to do better in the second and third match.
Well, you can only go up from here.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
The one thing they can say is we had a terrible day with the bat. Couldn't really make it happen with the ball, but at least we can only go from here back up. And they'll have to stick to the positive. I mean, of course, they don't want to brush over the negatives.
No.
Because if they don't learn from the mistakes they've made today, chiefly the lack of footwork while batting, they're going to struggle again in the next match. But realistically, they should not do any worse than what they've done today. And so as long as I think they've got only one day in between to
exactly, yes,
get it together, but they can focus on the positives.
Absolutely. They should. And we have Burger back for his second over, and after that first ball that went for a boundary, he's kept Sudarshan relatively quiet. That first boundary is followed by 3 dot balls.
They're showing the Indian dugout, and every time I see Rinku Singh, I always wonder, how can a man have such a square head? He looks like a Roblox or like a Minecraft kind of character, like a Lego. It's just defies logic and science how square his head is.
Speaking of square heads, if anyone is interested in stuff like that, look up the NASCAR driver Fireball Roberts. He was nicknamed that during his youth from his fastball in baseball, but it was a bit of a nominative determinism because you don't get any points for guessing how he died. But he also had a very square head. He was absolutely built before anyone ever thought of aerodynamics.
Oh, yes, I can see that. He definitely has a square head. I would argue that Rinku Singh's head is a little square than his, a little more comical. But I often wonder, surely his head wasn't he must have worked to get that much strength in his jaws because it is so unnatural.
Yes, and after India were 17 for no loss after 3 overs, Aiden Markram brings Rian Mulder back into the attack. And he is cut away by Sudarshan for 4 runs of the second delivery of his overs. India go on to 21 for no loss, and we have Sudarshan on 15 and Gaikwad on 5.
It was a really poor ball. It was way too wide. It was too full. And it's literally just got "smack me" written all over it. It was wayward, in the slot, beautiful cover drive for 4 runs. Square of the wicket for 4 runs. And it's just, you cannot, if you are South Africa, you don't have the leeway for these kinds of deliveries.
Absolutely
and they've
not.
really got to tighten it in now.
Absolutely. And the next one is basically guided down to third man. And it is a single for India, who move on to 22, bringing Gaikwad back onto strike. And that is a wide down the leg side from Mulder. India 23.
I'd like to see some more, they're not bowling. They're bowling too full. I want to see some bouncers, really give some discomfort to the Indian batters. Let them know that, even if this match ends up in a one-sided loss, they will intimidate the batters a little bit, make sure they know that come Tuesday, it'll be a different game. I want to see some more of that kind of bowling here instead of all these full balls that are dispatched for 4.
Yeah, and there is an appeal on the 4th delivery of the over, and Aiden Markram takes his time before signaling for the review, but they have reviewed it with around 2 or 3 seconds left on the clock.
I don't know about this one. I think this is down the leg side. It looked like it was going to be missing the leg stump live.
Yes, it seems it hits him on the front pad, but it hits him on a middle and leg, on middle and leg, and that might be umpire's call at best. There is no bat involved. I'm very certain of that. Yes, doesn't look like there's any bat involved. Thunders into the pads in front of middle and leg. It's pitching in line, impact is in line, and it's hitting the wickets. It's hitting the wickets, and South Africa have their breakthrough. Ruturaj Gaikwad is gone for 5. India 23 for 1 after 3.4 overs. Rian Mulder, the bowler for South Africa, to make the breakthrough. Gaikwad.
I'm surprised about that. I thought it was going down the leg side. I would have thought at least it would have been umpire's call.
Yes.
And it looks like pretty much right in the middle, that ball, just enough, more than half being on the inside of that stump. So it's going to count as hitting the stumps and not umpire's call. Gaikwad, he'll be a little irritated. He only got those 5 runs, and I don't know if this is going to be big of a deal. 23 for 1, chasing 117. But he'll definitely feel irritated that and frustrated that he wasn't able to cash in and get some runs on this wicket.
Yeah, and Jessica is in our chat on YouTube and saying being done in 10 is a bit of an ask. Yeah, looks that way as Shreyas Iyer comes in at number 3 for India. Remember, everyone, this is Shreyas Iyer's only match in this one-day international leg of the tour, as after this one he will prepare for the tests. So his only innings in this leg of the tour.
Yeah, that is very interesting. I'm surprised that he, wouldn't play the next 2 ODIs, get more match practice, get more time out in the middle, get used to the conditions. I guess maybe he doesn't have to, because first ball full and driven down the ground beautifully for 4 runs. So he opens up his account immediately. Maybe he doesn't really need any extra practice, because that looked like a perfect reply to a full ball.
Absolutely, and he holds the pose as Mulder goes down trying to field that, can't manage it, and that is 4 runs. The next one is a single down the leg side by Shreyas, and he is on to 5 of 2, and India after 4 overs are 28 for 1. Meaning they are going along at 7 and over. And that would mean if they keep this pace up, they will chase this down in a little under 20 overs.
Yeah, at this rate, they should be done around 17. I would venture a guess that they'll maybe knock this out around the 15 to 17, somewhere in that range at this point, because there's no real pressure. I mean, there is no worry about scoring here, and they're going to, I'm sure, be able to kind of manipulate the field. Shreyas Iyer is known for scoring quickly. He's not going to sit around and just waste time. If he sees a ball that looks like it should be hit, he's going for it, regardless.
Yeah, and I mean, if you bring down the runs required into double digits in the 4th over of a one-day international, I guess that lifts the weight off your shoulders.
Right now, second ball of this over by Berger, and that's what I want to see. So he's come in with a big bouncer, a really, really good bouncer right at the head of Shreyas Iyer, making him having to duck out of the way. And I hope to see more of that bowling, because that is going to be, if you pepper them with some short balls and then throw in that Yorker or get that good length ball. He's done it again here on the 3rd ball of the over. It's a short ball. Shreyas Iyer couldn't really get over it as he tries to take a pull shot, misses it, but that's good bowling, because it shows that Berger is not going to just back down and bowl defensive. He's going to be on the attack. He's going to let his presence be known, that he is here to take wickets.
Absolutely, and he has bowled 4 dots this over so far. Really good bowling from him.
Two bouncers in a row, and then he bowls 1 full into the pads, which Shreyas Iyer, it looks like, was not expecting, and he couldn't capitalize. All he did was mishit it to mid off.
Yes, exactly. But that is a classic, the classic fast bowler setup. Bouncer, or short, and then into the pads, and
He's also got really good speed. That last ball was 143, I think it said, or 89 miles per hour. So he's coming in pretty quick. He is definitely getting good pace on this wicket. He looks like he is definitely a good find for South Africa based on the 2.5 overs that he's bowled so far. I think he's doing a great job on debut.
Yes, absolutely. He wasn't that bad. He wasn't that bad. He was pretty good during the T20 series as well. So not really surprising to see him do well here. And after 5 overs, India are 28 for 1. The 5th over is a maiden, the first one for South Africa in this match. It leaves Shreyas Iyer on 5 and Sai Sudarshan on 16. And Vian Mulder is coming back into the attack for South Africa. And
the good first ball is right into the right on off stump, and nothing that Sai could do except for just get his bat down and play a nice defensive shot. So it's a good start for the over.
Yes, exactly. And it has to be noticed, Mulder, the right armer, is going around the wicket to the left-hander Sai Sudarshan here.
Yeah, that makes sense because I think he's going to try to get that ball to in swing and then maybe get one outswinger to get him playing a drive shot, maybe get an edge. I'm sure South Africa will be desperate to try anything and everything in order to get some quick wickets here.
Well, they do need the quick wickets, otherwise India will absolutely run away with this. And third one of the over is played back to Mulder by Sudarshan, and there is no run again. India remain on 28 for 1.
Well, that was the thing is in the South African innings, after the first 2 wickets, they were going at a pretty good run rate of almost 7 and over for quite a while. And then after about the 7th or 8th over, once wickets just started tumbling, their entire innings collapsed. So for the first 7 overs or so, they were going at about 7 runs and over, 6 to 7 runs and over. And so they were staying on this pace. Now, the only way that they can win this is if they replicate what India did. And they have to get 3, 4, 5 wickets quickly now.
Yes, absolutely. But the problem for South Africa is that I think India bets deeper than South Africa does.
They do, and I don't think they're going to be caught on the crease struggling with footwork and technique as much as South Africa was caught earlier this morning in their innings.
Absolutely. And Mulder is going short again to Sudarshan in his 3rd over. 5th ball is another dot after Sudarshan got a couple in the delivery before that. India 30 for 1 after 5.5. Mulder...
That was a much better ball, that one. Really good bouncer, and it was just off the... It was almost like it was going to hit him right in the face. So he had to take evasive action, went for the hook shot, missed, but it very easily could have been a top edge.
Yes, absolutely. He was the line was much better for this short ball. Shreyas had to move out of the way there, and the final delivery of the over is another dot ball, and India end the 6th on 30 for 1. 2 runs of this over, Sai Sudarshan on 18 and Shreyas Iyer on 5. And they're bringing back Burger for his 4th over. So far, he has given up 11 runs from 3, and his first delivery of his 4th over is another dot ball. Shreyas can't do anything with that.
Yeah, I wonder if Shreyas and Sudarshan are going to be a little frustrated now because the runs have dried up. They've only scored 2 runs in the last 2 and a bit overs. So there hasn't really been a lot going on for them. Are they going to have the patience to understand that it doesn't matter? There are too many overs and not enough runs. Or are they going to get rash trying to get some runs on the board?
Well, I mean, I don't think that there's any doubt that Shreyas Iyer has the experience to not play any rash shots here. This is his 60th one-day international. I don't think that he will be tricked into playing loose shots. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. There is a big top edge from Shreyas Iyer, but it falls safely in no man's land between the fielders, and it is fielded out in the deep by the South African debutant, Tony De Zorzi fields it, throws it back in, but India take a couple here. 32 for 1 after 6.3 overs.
Well, he's not a debutant, but he is only in his 3rd match.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but see that was exactly what I was saying. See, it looked as if he's getting frustrated a little bit. Shreyas going for a pull shot on a ball that was too close to him, that was not there to be pulled, and he got lucky on this one top edge, but to no man's land. He does it again, and this time he gets another top edge. This ball was outside off stump. He gets a big flashing top edge that goes above the slips and runs away to the 3rd man boundary for 4 runs. And he'll move on to 11. The score moves on to 36, but it just shows that it looks like he's getting a little flustered because there just wasn't any runs in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Yes. And I'm a bit surprised by that someone with Shreyas Iyer's experience can be goaded into playing those loose shots, especially in a situation like this where the target is a mere 117.
I think it also comes back to the mindset of cricketers today compared to in the past. With T20 cricket, it's difficult for these batters to play out some of these overs and allow the run rate to dip. I mean, as you can see on the graphics, it says that at the same time, 6.5 overs, India are 36 for 1, now 37 for 1 because of a wide. But at the same time, South Africa were 35 for 2. So that in terms of the run rate, they're almost identical. And then had it not been for all of those wickets, about 5 wickets in a space of 5 overs, who knows? South Africa probably would have made 300. But it's like they're just consistently playing T20s. Even though it's a 50-over format. Playing loose shots, slashing the ball, no footwork. They're just looking to connect, bat on ball, hit it as hard as they can and see where it goes. And that is a very T20 mindset, which doesn't work in one-day cricket.
Yes, which is a bit surprising because the teams, I think, at least the Indian team is very, very different from the team that played in the T20 part of this series. As we see a fielder almost doing a Michael Vaughan here, showing us his underwear. as Mulder is back into the attack, as India were 37 for 1 after 7 overs. And after a single off the first ball, there is a lofted drive straight down the ground by Shreyas Iyer that falls short of the fielder, and they take a couple. It doesn't have the legs to go to the boundary. India move on to 40 for 1.
Yeah, again, see, that's not a very good shot because he didn't have enough power.
Yes.
Looked to try to smash that down the ground for 6. Came wildly short, mishitting it. And had South Africa had somebody at mid-on or mid-off that was a little bit more fine, could have gone easily for the catch, and he would have been out. So I don't know why, but with 40 for 1, chasing only 117 and only in the 8th over, there's no need for shots like this. But it's almost like it's his nature. He cannot stop.
Yeah, and I really don't understand. Did he play? No, he did not play in the T20s. He replaces.
I'll be very interested to see how he plays in the test matches, because you're saying that he's not going to play in the second or third ODI to get himself ready for the test matches. And I'd like to see how he's going to bat in the tests, because in those circumstances, this kind of cricket is not going to be acceptable.
And I'm really interested to know how he is going to prepare for the tests, because of course I can understand if the South Africans don't play in the one-day internationals or in the T20s because they are going to prepare for the test, because they are playing in the 4-day franchise series in South Africa, the first class competition, or the current iteration of the first class competition in South Africa. But how is Shreyas Iyer going to prepare for the tests? Is he playing for a franchise in domestic first class cricket in South Africa? I can't imagine that.
No, he wouldn't even be able to, because India, the BCCI expressly forbids Indian cricketers from playing domestic cricket outside of India, with the exception of only the county championship, which they are allowed after getting special dispensation. So, and that's the thing. There is no tour match prior to the tests, which is mind-blowing to me, that every time they come to South Africa, they never play a proper amount of tour matches, or even a single tour match when they come here.
Yes. The final 2 deliveries of Mulder's 4th over go for a couple each, bringing India to 44 for 1 after 8 overs.
It was well played there. Both balls were wrapped into the pads and just flicked by Iyer into the deep. So he played those at least down along the ground, not putting himself at risk with any lofted shots, and getting getting 4 runs off those 2 balls to move the run rate a little bit more. And he moves to 17, whereas Sudarshan's on 19. So it seems that both of these batsmen are now, for the most part, well settled in.
Yes, one would think so, and they are both going along relatively briskly. They have a strike rates around 100, a little bit below. Burger is back.
And the first ball here in this over was a pretty good shot there. It was a good bounce. Well, it was a pretty decent bouncer from Berger, but it was into the slot for Sudarshan. He plays a great pull shot, and it runs square the wicket on the leg side down for a 4. And then the second ball of this over was a full ball that was hit to mid-off. Great fielding to stop what would have been 4 runs. And instead, they just get a single after that. It looks like that was the captain, Aidan Markram there, who had to do a diving stop and just restrict them to a single instead of 4 runs, and moves on to 49 for 1, and Shreyas Iyer will now take strike.
Yes, and the third ball is flicked off his pads, but it can't evade the fielder at mid-on, and there is no run. India remain on 49 for 1, Shreyas Iyer on 17 of 20, and his batting partner Sudarshan on 24 of 22. Bulgar coming in for
the weather looks absolutely beautiful out there.
Absolutely. And the fourth ball of the over is driven by Shreyas. The fielder runs after it, can't get to it, and it dribbles into the boundary sponge. Played along the ground very, very well. That is another 4 runs for India, and they are 53 for 1 now.
And in the process of that dive, Markram loses half of his pants, and we get to see his undergarments in full view for the entire world.
Well, at least it didn't happen in a test match as it did to Michael Vaughan.
At least the integrity of the underpants is much stronger than the integrity of the trousers, because those trousers pulled back so quickly, but the undergarments held on for dear life.
Yes. The fifth ball of the over from Bulgar is another dot, and India remain on 53 for 1. And what is happened here? Shreyas Iyer is trying a pull shot. This is all strength and no technique. It flies into the leg side, and I'm talking both ball and bat here. He has to be brought his bat back by one of the South African fielders. After India take a couple, he literally lost his bat, and India are 55 for 1.
And it looks like Van der Dusen was the one who's grabbed the bat for him, brings it back, was kind of taking a look at it, checking it out. He's probably thinking, man, if I had this bat, maybe I wouldn't have been out first ball today.
Yes, maybe. And we have spin for the first time in South Africa's innings. Keshav Maharaj, the slow left armer, is coming on in his 43rd match. He's taken 52 wickets at an average of a tad over 30. His best bowling in an innings are 4 for 33. There is a slip for Keshav Maharaj. Yes.
He's got his work cut out for him.
Absolutely. And he's coming over the wicket and fields it himself as Sudarshan pushes that one back down the track.
I'd be interested in seeing what is going to be the plan for Maharaj. You would expect that he's going to want to bowl wicket to wicket, make sure he can dry up some of the runs, get both of these batsmen frustrated a little bit again so that they have to play more lofted shots to try to break some of the slow run rate. That would be what I would expect from him in this scenario.
Yeah, and maybe take the edge of one of the right-handed batsmen. There is a slip for him, so he shouldn't really bowl too wide, and instead either bowl wicket to wicket or just on the line of the off stump. Hope for a bit of spin to get an edge and a catch taken at slip. probably the plan here for Maharaj. As we are seeing some very confusing shots of, I think it's some insects flying in front of the camera lens.
Even the director and the people that are in charge of the cameras have given up on this one. They know that this is going to be an easy win now for India.
Yeah, and here Maharaj is going a bit too far to the leg side, and Shreyas Iyer steps back and punches that through the covers for 4 runs. India 60 for 1. After 9.5.
He just absolutely. I mean, that's good technique with his foot movement, making sure he gave himself space to wallop that in the onside, and to be able to find the gap. That is something that South Africa just completely lacked in their innings.
Yes, absolutely. They were basically bolted to the floor. Okay. All right. At the end of this over, we will have a change up. Jess will come back to join Mayank. As India are 61 for 1, and I will leave you in the capable hands of Mayank and Jess.
Hello again.
Hey, how are you? How was your break?
Good. Had some water. And moved rooms a bit because I am no longer banished to the upstairs area.
It must be pretty late in the evening for you now if you're out there in Sydney, correct?
Yep, it is about 10 to 11.
Okay. That's not horrendous.
No, it's not too bad.
Could have been a lot worse had we had the entire South African innings.
Yeah, exactly. I am somewhat glad for the batting collapse.
Yeah, well, I agree with you on that one because now in comes Tabré Shamsi. He's going to bowl his first over in the innings, and it is a skidder. There was really no bounce in that one, and Shreyas Iyer just getting his bat down in time to avoid being LBW for a dot ball, 61 for 1. So they still need 56 to win. It's been pretty easy batting so far. And again, the second ball of this over is just, for some reason, just staying very, very low. Not much that Shreyas could do with that. Had to just get the bat down in time. But looking at the 10 overs while you were away, how do you feel India has done so far in this innings?
Yeah, I think they've started really well. Haven't been super over the top aggressive, but they don't need to be. 6 overs fine. They'll track this down probably in the next 10 overs or so.
Yeah, it doesn't look like South Africa really has a clue or any idea what they're going to do now. They're just going through the motions, just trying to finish off, maybe get some practice on their own, but haven't looked threatening whatsoever. In these 10 overs so far, as the third ball of this over was a wide down the leg side and had to be re-bowled, is flicked down the leg side, square the wicket, and will get 1 run. So Shreyas Iyer's on 29 off 30, Sudarshan on 25 off 24. And there's been a few rash shots, especially from Shreyas Iyer. A lot of instances where he's tried to go over the top or he slashed it, and been lucky so far not getting caught. On the other end, Sudarshan has been playing really well, just rotating the strike, much like a first class or a test innings. He's just been playing it down the ground, making sure he gets off strike, and lets Shreyas Iyer kind of deal with the majority of the innings.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a lot better bowling than what we got from... Sorry, a lot better batting than what we saw from South Africa. They're showing how to bat on this sort of pitch a lot more.
And it's another one just down the ground played by Shreyas Iyer. So they'll just pick up a single. I think they're just content now with just the ones. They'll definitely get the odd boundary anyways. But we're definitely in like a middle overs, the boring middle overs kind of situation now where India just, there's no worry about scoring fast. There's no worry about, chasing this down. They're just going through the motions like it's a batting practice.
Yeah, exactly. They've been consistent, been good. South Africa obviously picked up the 1 wicket, but other than that, it's been all India today.
They're going at a runner ball now, 66 for 1. Match summary has been pretty abysmal for South Africa. Feklekweo, he made 33 off 49. Dezorzi went for 28. And then Markram, 12. That's the top 3 scores for South Africa. The bowling was pretty consistent for Ersteep, 5 for 37 off his 10. Avesh Khan, 4 for 27 off his 8. And Kuldeep, well, he got a little cameo, 2.3 overs, 1 for 3. And in response, so far, India 66 for 1. Shreyas on 30. And Sudarshan on 27, as Maharaj is going to come in for his second over. I'm not sure really what these left arm spinners are really going to get out of this wicket and what they're going to be able to do. It just feels like they're really just in the attack now just to let the seamers get a little bit of a break after bowling quite a few overs.
Yeah, I think, and it also just maybe show them something different, see if that can mess with them a bit. But it doesn't help when they've been a bit sloppy, I think.
Yeah, this is not a very good advertisement for ODI cricket and its relevance in the international game. It's been honestly, it's been pretty boring. There hasn't really been any part of this. There was a little bit of excitement, I think, with Dezorzi in the first couple of overs when he came in. After the first 2 wickets fell, there was a little bit of excitement with his batting, but he was in and out in a flash. And after that, it's just been a drubbing, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can enjoy bowling dominant games when it's enjoyable to watch a bowler absolutely on fire at peak form. But that's not been today. It's just been forgettable cricket for both sides.
It's definitely been more of poor batting, poor decision making with the bat than it has been exceptional bowling that just captivates you.
It's been India's doing passable bowling. South Africa has no idea what they're doing at the crease and is made India look a lot better and not really doing much to generate threat with the ball now.
And now last ball of the over, and it's Maharaj to Shreyas Iyer, who goes for dancing down the wicket, tries to smack that down the ground. He gets an edge, and it lands safe out in the deep. He'll end up getting 2 runs off it, and the end of the over, 5 off the over, 71 for 1 after 12. And it looks like everything is going right for India in this one. The luck is on their side much more than it is for South Africa.
Yeah, they were so... to be fair, India had a couple of poor luck instances during that first innings, but this absolutely is looking like everything's coming up India.
Yeah, it's one of those where just everything that could fall into place for one did, and everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for South Africa. As the first ball is now from Tabrez to Sudarshan. It's into the legs. It's been slapped down to the mid-off boundary. And it's played actually really well down the ground all the way to the boundary for 4 runs, moves the score to 75. And it is the 50 runs partnership has been majority Shreyas Iyer, who has scored 33 off this 52. And the next one is just awful fielding. Yeah, that was just garbage. Wasn't really much in the shot.
No, decent shot, not great.
Yep, it was a good shot, but it should have easily been fielded. It was a little bit short, and it was hit straight to the fielder straight to Berger, who completely missed it, runs for a boundary, and immediately the cameras pan to a lady who's just sitting there in disbelief with her hand supporting her head. She can't believe how could this be? How can this match be ending so quickly and so poorly for her team?
Yeah, I feel for anyone who paid money, South African fans who paid money to come to watch them play today, because they really haven't turned up.
And unfortunately, no matter how much they protest, they're not going to get a single penny from the box office for this one. Partnership now 57 off 56. But it's been, for the most part, quite forgettable. There hasn't really been much where you could say, the highlights package, I think the broadcasters are going to have a little bit of trouble coming up with, say, a 30-minute highlight reel of this match.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a match.
It happened. That's pretty much all we can say about it. It's come and gone. 37 still to win, 223 balls for them to do it in. And to his credit, Tabraiz Shamsi finishes off the over with a dot ball, so he at least has not leaked any more runs. 80 for 1 after 13. So, Jess, if you're looking at this match right now, it's done. It is what it is. Nothing we can do about it. What do you think South Africa should do for the second ODI? Because they're going to want to try to turn this around pretty quickly on Tuesday. What do you think is kind of going to go through their mind as they get ready for that one?
I think, can I just say practice everything?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I can see that.
Genuinely, I think a bit of working footwork with the batting, obviously, and I think also, just a bit of that's the big thing: batting footwork and a fair bit of fielding practice. I think are the two things I'm looking at.
Yeah, I agree with that. The first ball now of the 14th over by Sudarshan is just played out to fielder in the deep on the leg side. He'll just get a single, and second ball now. This is a short, wide, garbage by Maharaj, and easily just hit out square of the wicket out to the deep. Vander Dusen will pick it up for a single. 83 for 1, 13.2 overs. Shreyas, I mean, at this point, I don't know. Oh, they picked up 2 actually, so he'll move on to 35. But there isn't really much to play for here. 34 to win. I guess for both of these batsmen, just getting to their 50 would be pretty much, I would assume, all that they're really going for at this point. That one is short. It's been hit hard. It's been guided away to the boundary for 4 runs, and it moves the score to 87 for 1. Still 30 to get. Both batsmen now on 39.
Yeah, but I think South Africa, their bowling hasn't been incredible, but they should have enough talent with the batting that if they're not making terrible fielding mistakes and their batting as it should be, they should be able to survive some maybe slightly below average bowling.
Well, yeah, 116 isn't going to do anything. You're bowling, even some of the best bowling in the world isn't going to save you when you're just trying to defend 116. You need at least, on a pitch like this, you would have needed at least 260, 280 to even have a chance to restrict India and get them all out or hold them off. But there's some good fielding there. The last ball of the over by Maharaj bowled it into Sudarshan, who tried to play against the spin, and he hits that cover drive and really good fielding out there. So no runs. And that, I guess you could say, is a little bit of some good cricket there from South Africa today. It's been very few and far between, but they've at least got something there that they can put into their highlights for Tuesday before they get ready for the next one.
Yeah, and I think it is also, this is just a sign of just how good India is. Like,
yes,
they also bowled. This is better than their World Cup. Like, World Cup, South Africa was bowled out for 83 in the World Cup match against India, which I think it is just a sign of India is a really incredible team. I'm like, South Africa are also a really good team, but I think there's just a whole nother level when it comes to India.
It's been interesting because it has been so, with the exception of the final for India, every match was just too easy. It just consistently was too easy. And so it was almost like poetic justice, I guess, that India did lose the final to Australia. But at the same time, it's somewhat, to me, it's concerning that they are leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else. And the gap is widening as we were talking about a lot in the first innings. You have the big three, and you have Australia, England, India, and I like to throw. I call it a big four because I think New Zealand should be in there as well because they consistently are making the semifinals of these major tournaments. They've won the World Test Championship. They've reached the final of the World Cup previously, and yet the rest of the teams, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, whoever else it is, Bangladesh, it's almost like they're in Division 2. And that is, as it is, cricket is a very exclusive sport, but there's only 12 test nations and only about 15 ODI teams. And yet we have a massive divide between those that are at the top 3 or 4 and the rest. And as this continues, it's going to lead, in my opinion, to the inevitable downfall of international cricket in favor of the franchises.
Yeah. And as brutal as this is to watch, I think part of it is that we do need the big teams playing the small teams more. Like, is it going to be a very one-sided match? Something like Australia versus Ireland? Yes. But also, I think if Ireland wants to be able to improve, they do need to start learning to play against the top 3-4 nations of the world. And are they going to regularly win? No. But I think that's the environment that you need to start letting your players develop themselves in, playing all up and down the ranks of teams.
Well, this penultimate ball of the 15th over was into the pads, into the legs, and it's a great sweep shot there from Sudarshan, who gets that down to the boundary to get himself to 44. And then the final ball of the over was actually really interesting. There was quite a bit of spin there that stumped him a little bit. He played with the spin in the end to get a single, but threw him off a little bit. And it's almost like this wicket is now starting to give a little bit more purchase to the spinners. Unfortunately, with the required run rate being almost, it's less than, it's about half and over. India needing 21 from 35 is not going to matter anymore. But they move on to 96 for 1 after 15. Sudarshan on 45 and Shreyas on 42. If you were to give man of the match at this point, who would you give the man of the match to in this one?
I think R-shape purely for the 5, so I think you have to. I think no one's really been out incredible with the bat.
Right.
And while a lot of, I think, his wickets were more about South Africa giving wickets away, he was probably the best of the bowlers still.
Well, yeah, and it looks like South Africa want to put an end to this misery because they've got a new bowler, and it's Petla Quayo, who first ball, full, wide, in the slot, and it is driven through the vacant covers there by Sai, and it runs all the way to the boundary, meaning India now just needs 17 to win off 34.5 overs. Make it 16 after this is a short ball that's just been hit square on the leg side for 16 to win. Sai Sudarshan gets his 50 on debut, so that is a big achievement for him to be able to get a half century in his very first international for India. And he's done it in quick time, 41 balls for that. So clearly he'll be feeling very confident going into the second and third ODIs.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been really impressive this innings, and I can't wait to see more of him, and I'm sure he will be a problem for a lot of teams facing India for time to come.
And then next ball, easy peasy, smacked hard to the leg side. 1, 2, 3 bounces, and it runs to the boundary. It was just a poor ball, kind of drifting down the leg side into the pads to Shreyas Iyer, and he is a master. He's a professional. He knows exactly how to take care of that. Next ball, exactly the same kind of situation. It was a little bit of a short of length. It sat up. There isn't much pace in Petla Quayo's bowling, and it was muscled to the leg side. And I think it's a 6 there. I don't know if they'll have. Yep, it is a 6. So it looks like India's going to knock this one out in the next couple of balls. And he just pulled it and smashed it flat 6. And 10 runs. Hitting.
That's 50, isn't it?
And then, that is his
on the
50
screen,
as well.
but I believe that's 50. It's weird because the TV has lost. I don't know. I assume it's the same view, but we've lost the scoreboard here.
Yep. It may not really matter much, but short ball, and Shreyas Iyer wanted to finish it quickly, so he goes for a flat slash shot, gets a top edge, goes straight up in the air, and he is caught. And the score 1-1-1 for 1. So Nelson strikes. It was a good length ball, wide outside off stump, and he just lost it. Tries to slap it over the offside. He just sliced it right up in the air, and he is caught for 52 off 45. And India are 111 for 2. They still need 6 to win. And for some stupid reason, we will have a drinks break. I don't know why we need a drinks break when the 6 runs are required, but there you go.
I have no idea how it does this.
Yeah, I love this is the most. If somebody who has no idea what cricket really is and how it works, this right here is, in my opinion, the best way to explain cricket.
Yep, that I'd agree. This is cricket being cricket, far more caught up in doing things the way that that they should specifically be done rather than what makes sense.
Well, I'm looking at Cricinfo right now because we didn't have the graphics at the bottom because of some technical glitch, I think. So there are no graphics on TV, and I'm just looking here, and it says the win probability is 0.2% for South Africa, 99.8% for India. So Cricinfo still is saying there's a chance here, that somehow, some way,
I would love to see that. I really would.
34.1 overs to go. India needs 6 to win, 2 down. Till Verma comes
I'd
in.
love to see that.
But Cricinfo still claims that there is a chance that India could bottle this and give the most epic win to South Africa.
That we would never, I think we would never shut up about if we had that 8 straight wickets, something like that.
Well, I'd love to see what the odds would be if you were to place a wager on something like that. I'm sure the bookies would be more than happy to take the money on that one.
I'm absolutely sure they would.
So Tilak Verma is going to come in. He's going to be the number 4. It's kind of a irritating situation for him because there's not much he can really do. 6 to win. So it's not like he can get any real runs, nor can he really bat himself into any kind of form. He's just there just hoping he doesn't get out and look like a fool chasing just 6 runs. First ball, he just plays it out to the covers, and it's no run. So 1-1-1 for 2. 16 overs have been bowled, and Sudarshan will probably look to just knock this one out in the next over.
Yeah, I think I can't imagine it'd be here for more than a few more balls. I don't think South Africa want to be here for a few more balls either. I think they're more than
I'm surprised the crowd. Honestly, I'm surprised the crowd have stayed this long as well because it was clearly well known 10, 12 overs. I mean, right at the very beginning of this Indian innings that this match was done, and I'm surprised that they've decided to stay out. The only reason I could think of is it looks like the weather is beautiful. The sun is out, some clouds around, but nothing threatening, no rain is around. So, and you have the grass banks on either side where
I love a good hill.
Fans got their picnic and they're just enjoying the day out.
I always do love a good hill at a cricket venue. You don't get as many in Australia these days, or at least for the way the men play, which is always a shame, but it is always good.
The first ball of the 17th over, it's a full ball by Berger, who's back into the attack, and it is slapped down the ground, straight drive by Sudarshan, 4 runs, and no real swing, no real movement from that ball. Easy as you like, just plays it right down the ground, 2 to win. And I don't know if your TV is well ahead of mine because I have a feeling maybe the next ball or 2 and this one is wrapped up.
I've paused mine a bit to make it so that we're roughly watching the same thing at the same time.
Okay. Well,
second ball. Sudarshan edges it, and it is dropped.
Well, there it is.
They get the 1 run. The scores are level.
That is very unfortunate because with 2 runs to win, Cricinfo, they were on to something when they said there was still a 0.2% chance to win this. And yet it's all on South Africa, and they bottled it again.
Scores are level.
Still 1 to win off 202 balls.
Yeah.
And
still, if you did that, that's still a super over at this point.
Well, yeah, there you go. And here's the thing with Tilak Verma on 0 off 1, it's a chance for him to win. He has done 0 all match. He has an opportunity to finally put this match to bed and hit the winning runs. But it's a short ball, and he's just going to duck under it. So 16.3 overs, 116 for 2. Just need the 1 run to win and wrap this puppy up.
So Verma to face the next ball with obviously still just the 1 to win. And that will race away, will be fielded, but they will make it with more than enough time as India finish at 2 for 1-17, win by 8 wickets in a absolutely comprehensive thrashing of South Africa.
Yeah, it was a mundane thrashing. It wasn't really even exciting thrashing. It just happened. They went through the motions. South Africa just constantly giving away their wickets, not just being very tame, and unfortunately not making much of a contest for him. And India just kept their eye on the ball, and they'll probably say, well, they can only play against who's in front of them, and it's not their fault that South Africa chose to come out here and be absolute garbage. Just there's no other way to put it. In my opinion, it was very, very poor cricket from South Africa on all fronts. And they've got a lot of work to do over the next 48 hours before the next match.
Absolutely. I can't, will they be improved by then? Yes, but I can't see them challenging India in being 48 hours away from challenging India much.
It will be tough. They have to travel out to Port Elizabeth for the second one. I'm not even going to attempt to say what the other name for that town is, but what was previously known as Port Elizabeth is the next stop for this series, and that's going to be on Tuesday morning. Are you going to be joining for the commentary on that one?
I'll have to check exact times, but I will try to be there for some of it.
Yeah, because that one is going to be a later start. It's going to be a day-nighter. The next two matches are day-nighters. And so I believe that would mean that the match will start 3 hours later than it did today.
Yes,
exactly. Yeah, so I may only be there for the very beginning.
Yep, that would make sense since the time zone for you is clearly much more ahead, being out in Sydney. But India wrap it up pretty easily in the end. Gaikwad 5 before he was LBW by Mulder. Sudarshan 55 not out. Shreyas Iyer 52. And Tilak Verma with the match-winning single. Arguably the most important run of the innings. I wonder if that gives him any kind of say when it comes to man of the match. But I have a feeling he won't, because it was all Arshdeep Singh and Avesh Khan at the beginning. 5 for 37 for Arshdeep in his 10 overs, 4 for 27 for Avesh Khan, and Kuldeep 1 for 3. Peklakweo got a wicket, 1 for 15. Even though that was probably the worst over bowled in this match. And then Mulder, he got the first wicket of the innings, 1 for 26. And India with an easy early win, the match barely being half done, and it's already done and dusted.
But yeah, so sometimes just because sometimes whether it's a good or bad over doesn't relate to whether it gets wickets or not.
Yeah, there is a common saying at Guerrilla Cricket. They love to use "shit gets wickets," and that was shit. There was no need for him to have that wicket of Shreyas Iyer, but there you go. It'll go in his stats, and it'll be forgotten anyways. It's not like anybody's going to remember this ODI when it comes to the history of cricket. But it is a win. A win is a win. India take the first game of the 3 ODI series. And I think that's it. In terms of wrapping it up, is there anything that you wanted to kind of talk about, or any final thoughts regarding this one?
Not me personally, Leah. Do you have anything you want to say?
I think Arshdeep Singh might actually be in with a shout for man of the match for making his maiden fifer in one-day internationals. So that is a possibility. And yeah, dominant performance by India today, and I hope that the rest of the series will be a bit more competitive. You can follow the series here on this channel, as we will bring you the remaining 2 one-day internationals, and we will also do the second test. If you have, if anyone has anything else to say, otherwise, yeah.
So Leah's going with man of the match is going to be Arshdeep Singh. Jess, who are you going for man of the match?
Yeah, I was expecting the same. 5 I think is the best.
Right.
Most interesting.
I think you're both wrong. I'm going with Tilak Verma for his match-winning 1 off 3 because that was the run that won them the match. And as we were talking about earlier, when what was his name? Ajaz Patel, when he got 10-4, he didn't even get the man of the match. So clearly stats don't mean anything.
Yes.
And we just give awards to everyone for no reason. And why not give it to the least deserving person of this match? So my man of the match would go to Tilak Verma for his single run, which won the match. But I have a feeling that you two might be correct, and it's going to end up being a very well deserved 5 for the quick.
Yes, but I mean, Tilak Varma got the red inker there, so that has to be taken into account.
Alternatively, you do have 2 Indian players in Sanju Samson and Akshar Patel that do not appear on the scorecard, did not take a catch, did not bat, did not bowl.
Yes, exactly.
Hey, and they're still getting paid to show up today, which
Yeah.
And I don't even think Akshar Patel. Oh, well, is Akshar Patel in this team? Because I saw him. Yeah, he is in the team, and he was going to bat. I don't even remember him fielding 1 ball.
Nope.
No,
Me neither.
Yeah. That is the dream, isn't it? To get
That
paid.
is the dream for people like myself who can neither bat nor bowl and particularly cannot field. If you can get a gig like that, I would take it in a heartbeat.
Same.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, well, I guess that wraps it up for today. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Mayank, very, very much.
Yep. No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, and we will leave the listeners until Tuesday, if you want. And I would say, bye, everyone.